Hello, good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, January the 19th. I'm Mayor Steve Martin. Before we call the meeting to order, I would like to read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter at home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N2920, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, city council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, a resident should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via telephone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And at that, I will call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please mute their microphones with the exception of Councilman Fred Strong, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
With me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have scheduled to lead our invocation tonight Pastor Pat Sheehan. Pastor Sheehan, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. O Lord God, as we enter a new season, we ask your blessings upon Mayor Martin and our council members. May you keep them in health and bless them with wisdom and understanding for every decision before them. Father, watch over and be with our law enforcement officers and emergency services personnel who bravely protect and serve. Bless all in leadership in our city with the grace they need to lead their agencies. And Father, we ask your peace upon our city, state, and nation. Thank you for your blessings, and it is in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much for that. We'll call now for a roll call of members of the Paso Robles City Council, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I am present. Also, if we could please have city staff online introduce themselves so we know who is attending the meeting, please.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is David Athy, the City Engineer, Brian Cowan, the Chief Building Official, and Darren Nash, City Planner.
Christopher Alekel, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer, and Roger Oxborough, Airport Manager.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director, joined by Angelica Fortin, City Librarian.
Ty Lewis, Police Chief.
Randy Harris, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services.
Sarah Johnson Rios, Assistant City Manager, joined by Melissa Martin, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney, and with me this evening on item 18 will be my colleague Andrew Scanchi.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
Thank you all. Prior to this open session of the Paso Robles City Council, we had a publicized closed session meeting. I'll ask the city attorney if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
The council convened in closed session for two items. The first was public employment concerning the city manager position. There's no reportable action, but I will note that the recruitment process is proceeding. The recruitment actually closes today, and so we anticipate bringing back to council at a special meeting January 29th, finalizing the application process and interview process. And then the second item that the council convened in closed session for was a conference with legal counsel on one existing litigation matter that's listed on the agenda, Alliance for Constitutional Sex Offense Laws versus the City of Paso Robles. The council approved giving legal counsel the authority to defend the city in the action if necessary. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Continuing now with our agenda for the evening, we begin with presentations. These are items that are informational only, do not require any action by the council. Leading off, we have our COVID-19 community update, please.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. Randy Harris, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal, on behalf of Chief Jonathan Stradana this evening. The state now has over 2.9 million positive cases, which is an increase of approximately 1.3 million cases since our last report to council on December 15th. Total fatalities in the state have risen to 33,739. This is an increase of 12,551 new fatalities since the last report. Next slide, please. As of this afternoon, the county has had 15,929 total cases, including 1,504 new cases since last Thursday. Of note, 224 of those cases were in the Paso Robles region. This brings the total number of active cases to 2,528, with a positivity rating of 7.6%. There are currently 136 COVID-19 fatalities in the county, which is a one-week increase of 25 cases. San Luis Obispo County remains under a regional stay-at-home order as part of the Southern California region. Next slide, please. The number of hospitalizations due to COVID-19 cases in California reaches a total of 20,942. The number of ICU patients due to COVID-19 cases in California reached a total of 4,793, which is actually a decrease of 33 cases from the day prior. Within San Luis Obispo County, we currently have 56 COVID-19 patients in the hospital. 10 of those patients are in the intensive care unit. The county has 61% ICU bed availability, or 19 ICU beds. Of note, this is, and after consulting local hospitals, this is a change in this metric. The total ICU beds metric was adjusted from 53 total beds, which is what they're licensed for, to 38. And that is an adjustment to account for what staffing they have for those ICU beds. Next slide, please. This past Friday, San Luis Obispo County Public Health Department transitioned to phase 1B in the vaccine process, which opened up vaccination appointments to those 75 and older. Over 1,100 people registered in the first hour, and by 1 p.m., all available spots have been filled. San Luis Obispo Health Department anticipates updating their website on Thursdays for the week's available vaccine allocation. We encourage people to subscribe to the latest updates by going to emergencyslow.org. A special note, if you have difficulties registering through the website, the phone number is on the screen there, and it's 805-543-2444. Next slide, please. We currently have 2 operating vaccination pods. The San Luis Obispo pod, located off Sierra Way, is expected to transition to Cuesta College within the week. This is to allow for better traffic flow as demand increases. The Paso Robles pod, which is located on the south end of the Paso Robles Event Center, opened on Monday and was able to distribute 854 vaccines in the past 2 days. The pod has 8 stations and is designed to distribute up to 1,000 vaccines a day. This week, Paso Robles Fire and Emergency Services personnel has off-duty firefighters filling the roles of task force leader, PIO, and 1 vaccinator. Our biggest challenge is the limited supply of vaccinations we're allotted each week. This was recently compounded by a reduction of available doses due to a hold on 1 particular batch of Moderna vaccine until it's further evaluated because of some allergic reactions throughout the state. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Johnson-Rios for the balance of the update.
Thank you, Chief Harris. I'll give a few brief updates about the city's COVID-19 response efforts in addition to our role in the vaccination. As a reminder, in December, Council approved $235,000 in local funding for ongoing economic recovery efforts for a few different programs. They extended funding, city funding for parklet support through June. They provided funding to support a program to offset propane costs, and this will help offset some of the costs of outdoor business, and that's a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce that will begin administering that program soon. And then they also allocated funds for buy local efforts, and I'll highlight one of those programs now. Next slide, please. The city recently launched the Paso Robles Keep It Local gift card program, and this is designed to generate revenue for local businesses while also saving residents money on local goods and services. So the program funds incentives for Paso Robles residents or anyone to buy full value gift cards or gift certificates from Paso Robles businesses at a 20% discount. And then the city will fund the 20% discount portion up to $1,000 of assistance per business. And that, if a business were to utilize the maximum assistance, they would generate $5,000 in revenue. So this is really a way to leverage a small amount of local city funds to generate 5-to-1 revenues for businesses. Businesses are signing up now. As of this morning, 53 local businesses have already signed up to participate, which is great. So we'll be putting the names of those participating businesses on our website, and then partnering with agencies like the Chamber, Main Street, Wine Alliance, and Travel Paso to get the word out and let residents know who's participating. So we would encourage residents to take advantage of the discounted opportunity to purchase gift cards, even to some of your businesses that might not be able to be fully open now. Some of these businesses may be selling gift cards so that you can take advantage of their services either now or in the future. So that's an exciting one that we just launched. Next slide, please. We also wanted to remind residents that prcity.com has an updated COVID section of the website, and that there are still a number of assistance programs out there. These are from various levels of government. I know a lot of local nonprofits are providing a lot of assistance and services as well. So check out prcity.com for resource information. Next slide, please. And the city continues to communicate regularly with residents about COVID-19 through all of these outlets. The current focus is really on sharing vaccine distribution information. The county is the lead communicator on that, and we're sharing all of that information via all of the city social media channels, through our community partners, et cetera. And then we also have staff that's involved in the county's farm labor task force, and which is leading outreach to our Spanish and Mixteco speaking residents. Next slide, please. So a reminder, specifically this week, the California Department of Public Health let the county know that there's a new strain of the virus that's been detected in SLO County. This is increasingly common throughout the state and other states. And so the Public Health Department is just reminding residents that this virus is still here and is actually changing, so that it's as important as ever to follow the public health guidelines to help us slow the spread. And we also wanted to provide a reminder that even though vaccinations have started at the event center, the testing site is still also open and operating in another area of the event center, in the Frontier Pavilion specifically. So the hours of that are still unchanged, Tuesday through Saturday from 7 to 7, and no cost testing is available. That concludes tonight's presentation. Chief Harris and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Once again, a presentation item, no action is necessary. That being said, I will ask council members if they have any questions regarding the presentation, starting with Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question, Sarah, on the gift card program. I see where it says 50 businesses have already signed up. Is there going to be a limit to how many businesses can sign up for that?
We're not going to limit the number of businesses that can sign up, but there is a limited funding available. So we're going to be tracking the program closely, and businesses are going to be asked to submit their receipts for reimbursement quite regularly, I think every week or 2 weeks. And so we'll be able to keep the program open as long as funds are available.
Okay, perfect. And then the next question on the no cost testing, do they still have to make appointments for that?
As far as I know, they should definitely try to make appointments. My understanding is that the testing sites go back and forth about whether they take walk-ups for testing, depending on their capacity, but they have been filling up. So if the testing appointments are full, then it's possible that they won't take walk-ups for testing. For vaccines, I just want to be very clear on that one. They're not taking any walk-ups for vaccinations. So they're only taking vaccinations by appointment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all for me, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yes, or Battalion Chief Harris. On the, what kind of vaccinations are we giving at the event center?
The vaccinations at the event center are the Moderna vaccination.
Okay. And are we going to get is it Pfizer? Is that coming soon, or what's going on with that?
Pfizer was the first one we received. Because of its cryogenic storage, it is being distributed from the San Luis Obispo location because of the freezer capacity there.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, question for Sarah. Again, on these cards from the different restaurants, is it just restaurants or is it other businesses? And where do the public actually get the card?
It's not just restaurants, it's any local business, and the intent is to assist Paso Robles-based small businesses that are complying with public health guidelines. So businesses can go to the city's website and find information on whether they meet the criteria, but the criteria are pretty broad. The intent is really to assist businesses that may not have yet been assisted by the other city programs. And then in terms of where residents would get the gift cards, they would actually get them directly from any participating businesses. So I would encourage folks to contact your favorite business, see if they're participating, let them know about the program if they're not yet. And then we will be getting a list of participating businesses up on our website in the next couple of days.
Are we putting anything like a sticker or some sort of a little sign noting that this business is in the program? Or, I mean, how do the regular public identify that they're in the program?
That's an interesting idea to make something available like that. We could certainly look at that. Also, I would imagine that each business will be doing their own promotions and outreach about their discounted gift cards. And then we'll also be promoting the program overall through the city channels as well as our community partner channels.
Very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
No questions. Thank you.
Very good. And thank you for the information. I'll ask staff, do we have anybody waiting in queue with a comment or a question from the public on this presentation?
Yes, sir. It is Yesenia Echeverria.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, hello, City Council. I hope you have a wonderful start to the new year, and it's wonderful to be in conversation with everyone tonight. So thank you for the presentation. So I have two asks for tonight. The first topic is the topic of COVID. I am asking tonight for stronger messaging in regards to vaccination in Spanish. As everyone knows, Paso Robles has an increasing number of cases, and unfortunately, we're not seeing anything different. It continues, and it's a huge concern. In regards to that specific topic, I am also suggesting for and asking for more action to help frontline workers who are largely Hispanic. So I think we need more stronger messaging, specifically now transitioning to getting the vaccine. And I'm hoping that being that the agriculture industry is huge here in Paso with the wine industry, that we can get frontline workers in that specific industry to have access to these vaccines. My second topic for tonight is in regards to local businesses. I'm seeing businesses really hurting, and it's quite sad to see family-owned and operated businesses struggling. I did see that Morro Bay City Council was giving out their second round of grants, and I know that Morro Bay has a different demographic than Paso Robles, but I think, if we can find the budget to fund a second round of grants, I think that would be wonderful. The other concern that I'm hearing from local restaurants is that, unfortunately, the requirements to be able to apply for some of these grants, they have to have been in business from a certain time frame. And some of these businesses actually came into fruition right after COVID was happening in March, really taking off. So some of these businesses were not able to qualify for grants, being that they were really new businesses that were starting. So, Mujeres de Acción has been making it a priority to get the information out in regards to the grants that are available specifically to San Luis Obispo County. We were able to find 2 other grants that were not promoted in the city of Paso Robles and the county as well. So we got, for example, Lowe's, who was, I think they were saying they were going to give $18 million worth of grants to rural cities that had 50,000 or less in population. So that was wonderful for Paso Robles businesses, and we got the word out. So I'm hoping that, if there's the money, we can find money and have the budget, that we can really support local businesses that are truly struggling.
Very good. Thank you for calling.
That is all for today.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else who would like to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment if public is finished.
Yeah, I was trying to find out if that was in fact the case. Do we have anybody else in the public that wishes to speak?
No, sir, we do not.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, John, then I'll touch on some of these topics.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, it struck a note that down on 24th Street down there, we have a Caltrans sign or some sort of a illuminated sign asking people to mask up and that kind of a thing. Maybe that could be reprogrammed now that we're into the vaccination mode to send different messages, because it's both in English and Spanish. So to the callers, thought that might be another way of, it's a gateway essentially to Paso and a perfect location. I'm not sure who is funding that sign and where it came from. I never really heard, but it's down there on the street right there in front of Bubba's, I think.
That's a good idea, John. Sarah, do you have any information on that?
The traffic control signage?
Yes.
Yes, that's part of the city response effort. So we have, I believe, 2 of the signs, and then we've also had local business donate. Vina Robles donated the use of 1 or 2 of their signs as well. So we've been deploying those when they're not needed for other fire safety or other activities.
And to Councilman Hammond's other point, and that is, now that we have vaccine coming in, albeit not in the quantities that we would desire, are we shifting our messages over to encouraging people to be vaccinated?
Yes, and the county, as I mentioned, is really there's a countywide public information team, and we are participating in that. Shauna Hauenstein is our PIO for the COVID effort, and so they're very closely coordinating. There's also a specific farm worker outreach task force that she is on, and so they're definitely focused on getting materials in Spanish and in Mixteco when possible, and they're doing a lot of planning for targeted outreach to the Latino community. And so that is started, it's underway. If anyone has any specific questions about that, they can certainly contact us for more details, but we're working through the county and with the county to make sure that our message is getting out to Paso Robles residents. as Chief Harris mentioned, the challenge right now is the vaccine supply. So all of the communications efforts are in the works. And as we get more vaccine available, this communication will become increasingly important.
Okay, and then the area of business support, we've gone through the first round of grants. We distributed about $200,000 in CARES funds to local businesses. We've funded the improvements for parklets downtown. Just recently put another $235,000 into the kitty for propane and other support mechanisms. And then we're talking about even more going forward from this point forward with the business discount card that was described earlier. Do we have any information on another round of grant money coming for small businesses?
Of city grant money, or I know that there's a state grant program that started with $500 million and I think has recently been augmented. And the federal business assistance programs, the PPP program was extended. So we do have that information on the city's website, or folks can go directly to the SBA website for information on the federal grant, or to COVID19.ca.gov for information on the state's program. In terms of a second round of city grant funding, that's not something that we've specifically brought to council yet at this time. As you mentioned, we did spend the majority of the $384,000 in CARES Act funds on business support, both through the grant program and the parklet program. And then the council's latest action was $235,000 of general funds that were allocated for those three items that I mentioned this evening.
Great. And then the last comment regarded new businesses and grant requirements restricting them from receiving funds. Are you aware of those restrictions?
I'm not, but I'm certainly interested to learn more. In terms of the Paso specific programs, anyone who has a Paso Robles business license would be eligible regardless of when they got the business license.
Very good. Thank you for that information. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 2 now on our presentation list. This is our capital projects report. Ditas Esperanza.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a few projects to report on. A lot of our projects are winding down, and then we have a few more that we're starting up. So one of the projects that's winding down is the Spring Street 24th to 36 improvements. The surfacing of the pavement has been completed. We're doing the last task, which is the installation of the ornamental lights. These are photos of the work in progress. This was last week. I believe in the next couple of weeks, those lights will be done and lit up. So perhaps at the next staff CIP report, I will have pictures with the poles all lit up. Otherwise, you can go there and see for yourself the poles, the ornamental lights being lit up. Dry Creek Road from Airport to Estrella Warbirds is nearing completion as well. This is the last phase, which is, or the second to the last phase, which is raising all the utility covers. Once this is complete, we will begin our striping of the pavement. That's scheduled to begin next week. And then this project will be pretty much complete. The other project that's been completed, we didn't get much fanfare. However, we did finish the resurfacing of Jardine Road from Beacon to Tower, and it's fully repaired, fully striped, and good to go. We're also proceeding with the Golden Hill Tank 2 repair and recoating, and these are photos of the work in progress. So those are the projects in construction. We have a few projects that's coming up. The next phase of Dry Creek from the Warbirds to Jardine is in progress. We're doing final design. This is just an overview of that work. You will notice that we are attempting to straighten out some of the horizontal and vertical curves. The black is the existing, the proposed road work. The task that we're looking to do right now is, as we are realigning the roadway, we're needing to get some strip frontage dedication from the properties that are in the county. We have about 6 property owners that we need to contact to get this sliver dedication so we can straighten out some of the road work, the roadway that's curvilinear. The other project we're working on that's going to go into construction is the intersection improvements at Union Road and Golden Hill Road. This is an existing photo of that intersection. And then what we're proposing is intersection improvements that will look like this. So we're finishing up the final design. At the last meeting, you instructed staff to proceed with closure of the road during construction, doing a detour through Ardmore Road, and upgrading the water lines and sewer lines that are currently within the existing intersection. We hope to finish the plans and be out to bid late spring, early summer for a summer construction period, and anticipate a construction duration of about 18 to 24 months. The next road repairs and resurfacing we're working on for our Iron Street maintenance, the West Side Street is listed here. And then the east, which is, this illustrates where those locations are. The east side streets are listed here. And here's a drawing of the location of those streets. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Again, this is a presentation item, does not require any action. We'll go to the council now for questions. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, Ms. Ditas, this map that you have up about the zoning and the list, will that be on the website in case we get questions from the community?
Say that again?
The list of roads that will be pavement.
On the west side?
Both sides.
Oh, website, sorry.
Yeah, on the website.
Oh, okay. Yes, we can post this on the website, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Adidas, about 19th Street was recently done. And I just wanted to commend the city on doing a great job on that. I didn't see it on your list because I don't think it was one of your projects. But, and then the other comment I have is the county is paying for that section of repair from Warbirds to Jardine. Is that right?
Yes, actually, the 19th Street work that was finished, I did show the final product at the last council meeting. That was already done. That's why I didn't include it this time. And yes, the county is participating in reimbursing the city for the portion of Dry Creek Road from that's within the county limits.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Nothing, Ditas. Well done. Real good. I really appreciate Dry Creek. It's almost like another runway out there now for the airport, but well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you. And Ditas, I'm wondering, that is going to complete Rambolet's improvement all the way from where we previously did it to all the way up to Charolais, will it not?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And I see the side streets and cul-de-sacs off of it too. That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the public that has a question on this item?
No, sir.
Very good. We'll move on now to our general public comment section. This is the time set aside where the public may address the council on items within the council's purview, but not scheduled on the agenda tonight. Please begin by stating your name and address. Each person is limited to 3 minutes. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to committee or staff. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered. Do we have anyone waiting in line for general public comment?
Yes, sir. The first caller is Jacqueline Mansour.
Very good. welcome. Welcome to the Paso Robles City Council meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Mansour, and I work for the SLO County Air Pollution Control District. I'm here today to let you know about some special grant funding available to businesses and public agencies in your jurisdiction through the Community Air Protection Program. The Community Air Protection Program focuses on reducing air pollution in low-income areas as defined by the state. In our county, that includes downtown Paso Robles, parts of San Luis Obispo, Morro Bay, Los Osos and Baywood, and Oceano. So projects within these areas will have funding priority. We have grants for new tractors and farm equipment, school and transit buses, and electric vehicle charging stations. Good projects to consider would be electric vehicle charging stations accessible to the public in public parking lots, charging stations for businesses that have frequent public traffic or multiple fleet vehicles that could become electric, or charging stations for low-income multifamily residents. At a minimum, a business could receive an EV charger grant for at least half of the equipment and installation costs. We have successfully granted and worked with several businesses and organizations here in SLO County, including Cuesta and Cal Poly, hotels in Pismo and Paso Robles, school districts, transit agencies, the city of Morro Bay, and San Luis. Applications for the Community Air Protection Program will be accepted January 18th through March 15th. We are hoping the civic leaders of our county will share this opportunity with their constituents and point them to the Community Air Protection Program webpage on the slocleanair.org website, or pass along my contact information. Again, my name is Jacqueline Mansour, and you can reach me at 805-781-5912. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us tonight. We appreciate it. Next, we have under general public comment, Chris Rodebush. Chris, are you with us?
Yes, good evening. My name is Chris Rodebush, and I'm calling from First 5 San Luis Obispo County in the We Are the Care initiative. Happy New Year, and as we begin 2021, we are starting a new chapter for the initiative and are looking forward to a reinvigoration of our work. This new stage has been inspired by the tenacity of our child care professionals in the child care field in our community in the face of COVID-19. The pandemic has affected child care centers and family child care homes detrimentally, but our child care professionals continue to persevere and put the children and families of SLO County first. 13% of licensed programs are currently inactive or providing distance learning only due to COVID. A recent survey found that programs are operating at 76% of licensed capacity as a result of group size limitations and underattendance. Programs in our community have been forced to drastically adjust their day-to-day operations, utilize funds from razor-thin budgets to purchase more cleaning products, and introduce even more stringent sanitation guidelines, all while staff are putting themselves and their family at risk each day. These programs are also a large part of our small business community, but they are often not recognized in the same light as are small retailers, restaurants, and other local small businesses. Childcare is absolutely an essential service and is in need of our support. And the We Are the Care initiative is excited to announce multiple opportunities for you to get involved and help. First, the child care supply drive is running through January 27th at all CESLOC branch locations. Please consider contributing gloves, disinfectant wipes, no-contact thermometers, cloth masks, hand sanitizers, etc., to directly support child care providers. Second, We Are the Care will be hosting a virtual 2021 New Year kickoff event on Thursday, January 21st from 6 to 7 p.m. Join us for an overview of the initiative and its 4 task forces, review our many wins over the past 20 months, and an update on the first phase of the countywide child care study. We value our community and all are welcome to attend. Thank you so much for your time. As always, we will be back soon with more updates. If you want to join us this Thursday or to get involved with We Are the Care, please contact First 5 SLO County or find more information on our website, www.first5slo.org.
Very good. Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Cusson. Mike, are you with us?
Good evening, Mayor Martin and council members. I'm Mike Cusson, 411 14th Street. I'm the district coordinator for AARP Tax Aid for San Luis Obispo County and the local coordinator for the Paso Robles Senior Center and Library Tax Preparation sites. We're also known as Central Coast Free Tax, and we have a website with that name. First of all, I want to apologize for the late thank you, but thank you for the support that the city gave AARP tax aid for the 2020 tax season, which had to end so abruptly in March. I particularly want to thank the Recreation Department, Linda Plesha and her staff, the Senior Volunteer Services Senior Center Manager, Mickey Wright, and John Irwin and Skip Bellinghausen for their incredible support at the Veterans Memorial Building. In addition, at the City Library, I want to thank Angelica Fortin and Karen Christensen for, again, their great support. I think we've been there for 6 or 7 years, and it's been wonderful support at the in the City Library, actually in the council chambers that we're in right now. We were on our way to having a banner year when it all came to an abrupt end, but I want to thank you for, again, supporting AARP Tax Aid. We're going to start again next month preparing taxes for the Paso Robles area taxpayers starting on February 15th, but we're going to have to do it differently. We'll be at the Senior Center parking lot Monday through Thursday from 9 to 12 to accept tax information. Because of the pandemic restrictions, we require all taxpayers to stay in their car with their masks on. A tax aid representative will meet them at their car window, have them prepare some forms, and take their documents. Our preparers, who will be working safely at home, will prepare the tax returns and call the taxpayers to pick up their returns in 7 to 14 days. We're sorry that the taxpayers will have to make 2 trips to the senior center, but it's the way it's going to have to be because of the pandemic. And we also are sorry that we can't take appointments this year. It's going to be, I don't like to use the word first come, first serve, but we're going to be there for 40 days. And so there's going to be more than adequate time for people to drive up. We will serve everybody who's in line at 12 o'clock when we start our closing down. Please listen carefully to the Senior Center phone message if you want to find more information, or go to our website, ccfreetax.org, to get current information. Lastly, and this is the sad part here, I want to let you know that our tax manager, Earl Hatt, passed away from COVID on April 4th. Earl was instrumental in tax aid when it was downtown in the senior center, and when it moved to when we moved the service to the senior center vet building out on Scott Street. We'll miss Earl greatly. Even in retirement, he would come and help us whenever he could. I believe some of you knew Earl when he was a participant in the tax aid program. Again, as I do every year, I want to thank you for your time and KPRL for broadcasting this. But please make sure your constituents listen to the message at the Senior Center and check out the information on ccfreetax.org, and we'll continually update information. But thanks again to the City of Paso Robles for supporting tax aid.
Very good. Thank you for calling, sir.
You're welcome.
Up next, we have Jan Albin. Welcome, Jan.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Jan Albin, and I'm a resident of the Quail Run Senior Community. I'd like to ask you tonight about the Business Success Center that we entered into a program back in June, I believe it was, of 2019. And we are leasing a building at 1345 Park Street. So that building has never been opened. It has never taken in tenants for the Business Success Center. But I understand that we're still paying rent on the building, and we're still paying a consultant. And I almost understand the rent, although I don't like it, because we initially invested several $100,000 to upgrade that property. And but if we're still paying a consultant, I would ask, why are we still paying a consultant? I mean, I would ask why we're still paying rent. That's one. And secondly, why are we still paying a consultant when that is a basically defunct project? Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you very much for your call. We appreciate that. Next up, we have Sally Reynolds. Welcome, Sally.
Welcome, Mayor Martin and City Council. I agree with Jan in what she just said. That was always a question that I wondered. But the other thing is for emergency services. I don't really understand what's happening at the riverbed, and I was under the impression once we got a location for the homeless to go to, like the ex-Motel 6, that they would be removed from the riverbed. I saw on the news where a lot of money was paid to get rid of all of the junk down there, and I don't understand why. Somebody on Facebook posted a message saying, we're trying to take care of the people in the riverbed. This was yesterday, and we need donations. If that's the case, isn't that counterproductive to cleaning up the riverbed? It's such a mystery to me, because if we're going to have people getting donations, we're going to end up with all that junk again. I thought that there were rules that Paso Robles could then kick out the people in the riverbed. They could kick them out, and they had a place to go, and it wouldn't be a problem. But it seems to me we've gotten nowhere, and furthermore, we've gotten no information from, I think it's Randy Harris, who's in charge of the riverbed. So what's going on? We need some information. That's all. Yeah, that's all.
Very good. Thank you for calling. I have no one else on my list waiting to speak. So I'm going to bring it back to the front virtually. Close public comment. I've got a couple of questions to ask here. A couple of them having to do with that business service center downtown. Perhaps we could have a staff update on the lease payment situation and the consultant situation, and whether or not this is in fact a defunct project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It absolutely has not gone as we had hoped. However, the building improvements are just about completed, and the tenant has been working very hard to secure subtenants to work in the facility. And clearly that's a difficult proposition under social distancing requirements and when the governor does close down what he considers to be non-essential businesses. However, there are exceptions that do allow businesses in the co-working space and in the business support center there. And we are very confident that very soon we will have one or more businesses move there. We're also working hard with businesses in the Bay Area to bring them down to this community or to bring some of their employees down so they can work remotely. And we still feel it's a viable concept and absolutely vital for the future economic development of the community. We do not have an active consultant assisting with this. It's just the tenant who we have contracted with to construct and operate the center.
So our project continues ahead, although impeded somewhat by the pandemic, as most of the rest of the world has been impeded. If I understand what you just said, now we do not currently have a consultant expense at this point, but we currently are continuing to control the real estate and continuing with the program to recruit tenants into that building.
Yes, sir. And it's also the case that all of the tenant improvements, if there were to be a change in the vendor, would be the property of the city, so we could continue that effort.
Very good, thank you. And then there were also questions regarding the riverbed and the homeless. I could ask the long litany of them. First of all, the question about the cost of trash removal. Secondly, the city's ability to relocate homeless from the riverbed. And then third, have we truly gotten nowhere with this effort?
I would ask the police chief to take the lead on that response, Your Honor.
I am here. Thank you. Pardon me. So yes, we continue to work in the riverbed. We've been very, we publicized our efforts to clean up the tens of thousands of pounds of trash that we've been undertaking. I liken it to kind of like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. We start at one end and go down and keep returning. However, with the current state of the Motel 6 project that's going on with Echo, they aren't at full capacity yet. They're focusing in on certain aspects of people with limited occupancy as they renovate the building to prepare for larger groups of folks to be able to utilize those. So unfortunately, we are still in a holding pattern with the broader conversation about how many people they're going to be able to house and when. And I don't want to put Julie Dolan on the spot, but she might have an update as far as those time frames on the larger group. So currently we're focusing in on families or those with extreme medical conditions that get priority housing at the Motel 6. As we continue to contact folks, we document those we meet, we clean up the camps, and we try and keep them moving along as best we can.
And this is Julie Dolan of Community Services. Thank you, Chief Lewis. The Motel 6 operation is up and running. And so I think what Ms. Reynolds was referring to is legally, we need to demonstrate as a community that we have an alternative for people experiencing homelessness before we can move them or relocate them from a dangerous area. And certainly now we can demonstrate that Motel 6 is an alternative for people experiencing homelessness. I think back to Chief Lewis's expertise, the crux of the matter is, what do you actually do when people choose not to seek the resources that are available to them and to continue to camp out in areas that are illegal for camping? And there are just legal issues that abound in that area, as well as the willingness on the part of the people involved, the clients, to encourage them to take advantage of what is there if they're choosing not to. So it's a complex issue, but again, Ms. Reynolds is correct that offering rooms at the Motel 6 facility is a step in the right direction for our community.
Okay, so I just want to add a couple of things from my own personal experience. Number one, for the police department doesn't have the personnel to sweep the riverbed every day and rouse people out of the riverbed. This is something that's done as effectively and as often as possible with the resources we have at hand. So I think we need to be realistic about that, and I think we need to be honest with the community that regardless of what we do on the homeless situation, it's never ever going to completely solve the problem. It's always going to be a maintenance management problem. We want to get as many people out of the riverbed as possible. We want to give them fulfill human needs and make sure that they're taken care of. But it's always going to be a situation where we're trying to minimize the problem, and we're never really going to be 100% successful in clearing that out. I may be pessimistic about that, but I choose to call myself realistic. And secondly, I think that the moves that have been made recently, and I've had feedback from people in that area recently, with the conversion of Motel 6 is a huge step in the right direction towards addressing this, both in a very pragmatic, realistic day-to-day sense and also in an attitudinal sense. Because now we have an attitude of having the ability to assist folks. For in the past, it really seemed kind of frustrating and hopeless because we didn't have any alternatives. So in addition to the staff responses that have been offered, I just like to offer that also. And I appreciate the work that everyone who's involved has been doing in trying to manage that problem. And it's going to be an ongoing problem that we're going to have to confront as a community, but I'm sure we'll be able to do it. With that, I believe that answers the questions from callers from general public comment. We'll move on with the agenda. I'll ask the city manager if we have any agenda items to be deferred this evening.
No, sir.
Very Very good. Then we move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from the consent calendar are usually heard at the end of the meeting. At the council's discretion, that can be changed. So with that, I will open it first to our city council members for questions and brief comments. And if any council member would like to have an item pulled, starting with Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir. Items for me, sir.
Thank you. Moving on now to Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions I'd like to get answered. Not, I don't want to pull them, but can someone briefly describe item 10 to me on the approval of the revised regulations for the airport hangars?
Christopher or Roger?
Yeah, Roger, can you speak to that?
So I'll start, Mr. Mayor, until Roger's able to connect in.
Okay.
The FAA has ongoing and evolving requirements for hangars, and those requirements relate to what aircraft are stored in them, and basically they prohibit not the storage of anything other than aircraft, unless it's ancillary to the aircraft, the work to assemble or repair aircraft in hangars, and the ongoing maintenance of aircraft in hangars. And so this, the new regulations, revised regulations, have gone through the Airport Commission, and they are recommending that the council adopt these revised regulations. And in doing so, and in working on this the past year plus, most of our owners and users of hangars are in full compliance, and Roger estimates that the remaining few will be in compliance by June 21.
All right, thank you. And item 13, could maybe Julie Dawes briefly discuss that item, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Councilman Gregory. Did you have a specific question or just requesting a general summary of what we're seeking this evening?
Yeah, just a general summary, please. That'd be great.
Okay. So this item is on the agenda, and we are just seeking City Council approval for the requested memorandum of understanding. That's the last step required before the city can then authorize the city manager to reallocate the HEAP grant funds, Homeless Emergency Aid Program funds, that the city can no longer use because we are not constructing our own emergency shelter. We brought this to council on October 20th, 2020, just summarizing where we were in terms of our ability to offer homeless services, and asked for direction. At that time, we had word that ECHO, the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo, and People's Self-Help Housing had applied for a significant amount of state grant funds to enable the purchase of Motel 6 for the conversion to both emergency shelter housing and eventually low-cost housing for the longer term. We were directed by council to talk to these groups to discuss certain stipulations that council had put forth so that we could be certain that this would operate in a way that was amenable to the community. We came back to council on October 29th in a special city council meeting, and council did say that it was willing to entertain the notion of reallocating those funds, provided that we came back with a written memorandum of understanding so that there would be no confusion down the line in terms of future sustainability of that program and a variety of other stipulations. So here we are tonight. The groups have been very cooperative. They've incorporated all of the stipulations that council requested. And so we're just seeking the final approval for us to sign off on that MOU.
So the MOU is in place and we're good. Right?
That's all we need. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's great.
You're welcome.
Mayor Martin, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, I'll kind of add on to Councilman Gregory to Julie again with regard to 13, the Motel 6. And one of the stipulations I was really wanting to make sure we get in there that kind of protects our Roblins is that over a certain amount of calls for service would be paid by the establishment there. Did that get into the memorandum of agreement?
Thank you for your question, Councilman Hammond. I reviewed the stipulations as they were documented in the minutes from those meetings. And when it came to emergency calls, the only articulated stipulation is that the groups would keep close track of the number of calls with the goal of keeping them within a reasonable amount. We did not have a stipulation that there would be any payment or compensation for anything over a certain number. I can say that ECHO began offering rooms in November, right at the time we closed the Borkey campsite. So throughout all of November, December, and now midway through January, there has only been one call for service, and that was for an overheated clothes dryer. In terms of any emergency service or police assistance at the site, there have been no calls to date. So that's the stipulation. It's just that they keep close tabs on that and to keep the calls to a minimum. If that should become an issue, then certainly we would have some discussion to do.
Well, that's what I want to make sure then, Julie, because I clearly, and I think that was discussed around other councilmen about this very item, because we do know about the Prado Road in San Luis Obispo and how their call load went way up with police and fire. And we were concerned about that for our staffing and the call load. And I want to make sure, again, I trust ECHO totally, but I want something in writing for sure. So you're saying that the memorandum MOU can be adjusted in the future then?
Yes, there is the part of the motion that involves some changes that the city manager and the city attorney can add to the MOU, so long as it's consistent with council wishes. So we can go back later, and if the calls are monitored and they are extreme, then we can go back and renegotiate that portion of the MOU.
Yeah, I think that's prudent to protect our public from excessive calls, call loading basically is what I was worried about, and not being able to respond to other calls because of that. So, all right. And then the next one I had a question was maybe for Warren, and this is the contract for Oasis and the boys' school. Might be good that we explain a little bit about what's going on there and what our opportunity is with the site.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Warren Fraze, Community Development Director. So the state of California owns the boys' school site out by the airport. They're currently in the process of offering that for sale. We understand from the state that there's a number of interested buyers for this site and that they're extremely interested in moving quickly on converting it from a state facility into a private enterprise of some sort, which would require general plan and zoning changes, as well as an environmental impact report before we could approve a new project out there. So with that in mind, we wanted to proactively move forward with getting consultants on board so that when and if a buyer for the boys' school approaches the city, we are in a position to move quickly on a project review process. So Oasis Associates would provide planning and project management services to the city for the environmental impact report, as well as some of the planning entitlement processes. We also currently have an RFP, a request for proposals, out for an EIR consultant. We expect that to be ready for the council to consider awarding in February, and that would correspond with when the state thinks they may be in a position to award a buyer of the property.
So the in this case with Oasis, it's not to exceed 45,000. These kind of costs to the city are going to be recoverable later to any development happening to the site.
Correct. So it's our standard procedure that any consultant fees associated with development projects is billed to the project applicant. So once we have an applicant, they will enter into agreements with the city to cover all the costs for any environmental or planning consultants required for a project.
Very well, thank you. And one other question, Mr. Mayor, back to Julie on 13 with regard to the ECHO. I think, also kicked around the fact that, and I don't think I remember seeing any direction from council on this either, was the cost that we had already invested in our own site. In other words, the grant monies that we had given, $1.5 million, was partly to be spent on development and a site plan, which we did do. Did we not recover any of those funds, or is it just something that the city's going to have to bore on to the whole project overall?
Yes, Councilman Hammond, I do recall that conversation. We did inquire with the county as to the ability to get some partial reimbursement. But when it comes to most grants, certainly the HEAP grant, we put forth an application which must be completely fulfilled before we can then be compensated for it. So to just do one portion of the project, we can't itemize in that way and get partial payment. But we did investigate as directed by council.
Right, and clearly we didn't complete the project, so therefore no opportunity. So, all right, thank you, Julie. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, just a clarification on the Oasis thing and the boys' school. Currently, we get no property taxes at all from that nearly full section of land. Is that not true?
I believe that's correct. We could check with our finance director to verify that.
Okay, well, I'm reasonably certain that's state property and state doesn't pay us property taxes. But once it's private property, we will get property taxes as well as any other fees for business licensing, sales tax, et cetera, will we not?
Yeah, once it's developed as private property, there'll be an increase in property value. We will realize that sales tax, and then any revenues associated with the businesses would also be realized by the city.
Very good. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may piggyback on that, this is Mr. Fucci.
Yes.
There have been some questions in the community. I know that people are wondering if the city is intending to buy the site, and I just wanted to reassure the community that the city is not intending at this point to buy the site. However, there is one building on the site, the maintenance shop, that we do feel might be in addition and assist us with our city maintenance work and our city maintenance crews. So we will be talking to the successful bidder after the process with the state is underway to see if there is a way the city can acquire that facility at low or very no cost. But the city is not intending to submit an offer on the entire site, and all such offers are required to be in by February 14th.
Mr. Mayor, could I piggyback on that?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yes. In that case, could we not ask the developer to provide us with that particular site in lieu of the fees that we're paying for these consultants?
No, sir. There is, in order for the site to be used, other than how it has been used up till now, there is a full entitlement process that's necessary. So there is no way to segue the use of the site from a closed prison to an active industrial commercial area without going through the entire process that Mr. Frace has outlined. What I would note is the creativity of our community development department in initiating the process even before the sale is complete, because Mr. Frace has already thought through the entitlement process and recognizes that the traffic analysis is the critical path to allow future use of the site. And because of the Warrell Creek Bridge and other projects that will be contributed to, if not funded, by the developer of the site. It is advantageous to the entire community that this proceed as quickly as possible. So,
okay, perhaps I'm not being clear though. I'm saying that if we're going to be charging that developer our costs for these consultants, could we not possibly use that as that money as part of the payment for any portion of the site that we're going to take?
So, Fred, we're going to be, as it turns out, we're going to be having ample time to discuss this in depth as a member of the public has asked that it be pulled.
Oh, all right. Very good.
Okay. Any further questions? Any further questions? Okay. So I have one person from the public who has weighed in. Jan Albin would like to pull items 9 and 15 for discussion. So those are being pulled from the consent calendar for consideration at the end of the agenda. I see no one else who is lined up to make comment on the consent calendar. Does staff see anyone else waiting in the wings?
The only caller I have for consent calendar would be Jan Albin.
Okay, but her call is to pull items 9 and 15. Is that correct?
That is what she said at the beginning of the call when she screened with the call screener earlier.
Is she still holding on?
Yes, she is.
Okay, why don't you put her on? Maybe we can answer her questions right now.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Jen, are you with us? Hello?
Her call is up live, Mayor Martin. I don't know why she's not answering.
Okay, so we are going to pull items 9 and 15, and please advise her we'll be discussing them at length. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council, and entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, Hammond would like to make a motion.
Do we have a second?
Yes, Steve Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, let me clarify the motion. Items, consent item number 3 through 8, 10 through 14, and 16 for approval.
Thank you. And the second?
Second. Good.
Excellent. Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there is no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I will ask the city manager to give us a short report of the actions we've taken tonight so the people in the community listening in have an idea of what business has been undertaken on their behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just as a note, I know no other mayor that provides that opportunity, so I really appreciate it that you do this on behalf of the community. The council tonight on consent approved the minutes of its special meeting on December 10th. That was a meeting to examine business viability during the pandemic, and also the minutes of its regular meeting on December 15th. The council received the warrant register, which is the listing of checks the city pays for the goods and services it purchases. This was a particularly large warrant register that dated back to December 11th and totaled $10.6 million, including $1.2 million for the water fund, $6 million for the purchase of the improvements on several properties on Second Wind Way at the airport. And that is of a particular note because the city owns the land and now it will be able to lease those facilities either for city operations or other purposes to continue the city's progress in improving the economic viability of the airport and the health of the fiscal health of the airport. And the city council tonight also approved over $600,000 of costs for the repair of Dry Creek Road as reported by D.S. Esperanza earlier. The city council received advisory body minutes from the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, the Airport Commission, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And those minutes are important because it gives the council the ability to provide any guidance to its advisory bodies sees fit. The council approved a lease renewal for the Paso Robles Library Study Center, which is at 3600 Oak Street, and that is a building owned by the County Office of Education that leases that facility to the city for $1 a year. And the council approved a lease through 2025, which is a 5-year lease with up to 6 additional 5-year lease increments, should the city continue to wish to provide programming at the site. The council approved the appointment of Mindy Dirks to fill a vacancy in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And many people may know of Ms. Dirks. She was for 5 years the executive director of PRIAF. The council approved the regulations for airport hangars as discussed earlier. The council approved the ability of staff to accept easements on behalf of the city council. And basically, quite frequently, we have sidewalk easements that we need behind driveway approaches, or we have a request for temporary easements for construction. And this allows staff to approve those easements on an expedited basis so it does not hold up any construction work or activities by members of our community. The council approved the bid award for the fire prevention and safety trailer, and that's a trailer that allows fire professionals to teach fire prevention to our young people throughout the county. And the city is managing that effort, although it is being paid for fully by a grant award from the Fire Safe Council. And we're doing that on behalf of all the communities and all the fire departments throughout the county. So thank you, Chief Harris, for doing that. The council approved, as discussed earlier, the MOU between the city and the El Camino homeless organization, ECHO, the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo Haslo, and People's Self-Help Housing for the Emergency Shelter and Low-Cost Housing Center at 1134 Black Oak Drive, where the Motel 6 used to be. The council approved an award of construction for installing monitoring wells for the Supplemental Environmental Project. And this is a very important effort that the city was able to secure funding from the Water Board, and it allows us, in cooperation with the other members of the Paso Robles Basin GSA, to monitor groundwater levels throughout the basin. And finally, the council approved the addition of CSG Consulting to the Building Division's Qualified Plan Check and Inspection Services list. And that's also an innovation of the city, thanks to Brian Cowan and his predecessors, that ensures that as requests for building plan checks ebb and flow, we always have the ability to handle additional demand. And I believe Mr. Cowan has up to 9 firms now on that list that can do these kinds of highly technical plan checks and inspections. And that, Your Honor, is the sum total of the items approved on consent this evening.
Thank you for that report. Our next order of business requires us to recess as the City Council and convene as the City of Paso Robles Successor Agency Board of Directors. So I will take that action at this time. And for the record, could we please have a roll call of the Board of Directors present?
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
Here. All directors are present. The item of business before the Successor Agency Board is the approval of the Successor Agency Administrative Budget and Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule for the period July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Just before I start, I want to make sure that everybody can see my screen and my slides properly.
We can.
Great. So following the dissolution of the Paso Robles Redevelopment Agency, the Successor Agency was established just simply to wind down the affairs of the formal redevelopment agency. Health and Safety Code Section 34177 requires that the successor agency prepare an administrative budget, the Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule, also known as the ROPS, each year seek review and approval first by City Council, acting in its capacity as the governing board of the successor agency, then by the County Oversight Board, and then finally by the State Department of Finance by February 1st. Staff has prepared the ROPS for the period of beginning on July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. It's also shown in attachment 1 to your staff report. There were no new enforceable obligations included in this ROPS that weren't included last year. The enforceable obligations include just 2 items, the formal redevelopment agency bonded debt, and then a repayment agreement with the Hidden Creek Affordable Housing Participation. As you can see on the slide there, the bonds will be fully paid off in 2038, and the Hidden Creek loan with the outstanding balance of just $200,000 should be paid back within the next couple of years. The successor agency is also entitled for administrative cost allowance, and in this year, staff is seeking an admin reimbursement of $100,000. That concludes my presentation for tonight. So acting as the board of directors for the successor agency, staff's recommendation is to approve the administrative budget for the periods of July 1st, 2021 and ending on June 30th, 2022, and approve the ROPS for the same time period. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions that you or City Council may have.
Thank you for that report. Council questions of staff. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you, Ryan.
Councilman Gregory.
No questions. Thanks, Ryan.
Councilman Hammond.
None, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And Councilman Strong.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. I see no one lined up to comment from the public, so I'm going to open and close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Mayor, move approval
Yes.
of the staff report.
Second for Hammond.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, I believe it was, second by Councilman Hammond. Do we have any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. At this time, I will adjourn the successor agency board of directors and reconvene now as the Paso Robles City Council. The next item on our agenda, item number 18, City Council review of California Public Utility Commission's draft environmental impact report, Estrella Substation and Paso Robles Area Reinforcement Project. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. I'll be making the presentation tonight. This is a discussion item with public comment only. Keep in mind that this is not a project that the City Council has any authority over, but we are facilitating a public comment on this EIR that's been prepared by the California Public Utility Commission. So quick overview, the project that we're talking about tonight is a project that's proposed by PG&E and Horizon West. It's a electrical transmission project. The California Public Utility Commission, the CPUC, is the lead agency. So they've prepared the EIR. They're the ones that are responsible for collecting and responding to any comments that are received either from the city, other agencies, or the public. And as I said, the City Council has no authority and no decision-making role in this project. The City of Paso Robles is in the same position as the general public, where we have the opportunity to comment on the CPUC's EIR. We have been in contact with the PUC, PG&E, and Horizon Water, which is the EIR consultant, which is different than Horizon West, which is the co-applicant on the project. Because the comment period for the EIR is open, they're not available actually to participate in tonight's meeting. So The purpose of tonight's meeting is for the council to take public comment on this item and then provide any direction that the council sees fit on how best to respond to the EIR. So the public comment period for the EIR is open. It closes on February 1st. So both the cities as well as any public comments need to be submitted to the CPUC by February 1st. So a quick summary of the project. What's proposed, there's a number of components to the project. The one is a new substation that will be on Union Road to the east of the city limits. This is not within the city limits. There'll be a new 70,000 volt power line that goes from the substation along Union Road, up Golden Hill Road, and then over to River Road. There's an existing 70 kV power line that runs parallel to River Road through town today. That line will be reconductored, which basically means the existing poles and lines will be replaced with new poles and lines. The project will have the benefit of improving power service and reliability to the city of Paso Robles as well as the surrounding area. So that existing 70 kV power line is very close to capacity and basically needs to be supplemented or reinforced to serve existing and future growth. The project does have the potential to create visual impacts within the city. It also has the potential to create some conflicts with the city's planned 46 East Union Road grade separated interchange project. As I mentioned, comment period ends on February 1st. The EIR that's available for public review also contains multiple alternatives to the proposed project. Staff only has the same information that the public has, which is contained in the EIR, so staff will be fairly limited in our ability to answer any questions about the project details. So in terms of the project summary, the map on the screen basically shows the location of the facility. So city limits are basically inside the black line. The substation is located here. This is where that existing 500,000 volt line currently exists that runs through the side of town. The new 70 kV line would run along this blue alignment. Here is 101 in the river right here. And then that reconductoring segment where they're going to replace the existing lines would happen here. Visual simulation of what the substation looks like. And this is the typical new pole that would go in throughout town. As I mentioned, visual impacts is one of the key issues with these sorts of projects. The EIR contains a number of visual simulations. This is the simulation of what the substation would look like on Union Road. Keep in mind, this is outside of town. Currently, it's a vineyard. This is what the substation will look like when completed. This is a simulation of what the new poles would look like on Union Road. This is across from Barney Schwartz. So there's a small existing distribution pole that exists there, or line of poles. The new transmission poles would look something like this. This is a view on Highway 46 looking to the west, coming into town. So right now, this is where the new interchange is going to go. There aren't any power poles. These outlined in yellow would be what the new poles would look like and their general height. On Golden Hill Road, in the vicinity of the Cava RV Park and San Antonio Winery, currently there are no overhead wires or poles. This is what the alignment with the new poles would look like adjacent to Cava RV and the Circle B neighborhood. River Glen, this is a simulation of the existing poles that would be reconductored. So they're very similar poles, similar wire configurations, but it's a taller, thicker pole that would be expected along that entire segment. As I mentioned, there's a series of alternatives that are proposed. This table is out of the EIR, I believe. This shows the full range of alternatives, and these alternatives can be mixed and matched in different ways to come up with a final project. So anyone commenting on EIR alternatives should refer to the alternative numbers just for clarity, because there are so many different options for this project moving forward. One of the key alternatives that affects Paso Robles that should be reviewed carefully by the City Council is the alternative for undergrounding the poles in the vicinity of Golden Hill. So the proposed project is the blue line would take the 70 kV line basically along or through across Wisteria, behind the San Antonio Winery, and then up Golden Hill Road next to Cava RV Park. That's the visual simulation that was shown a couple slides ago. There are two alternatives which are referred to as alternatives PLR-3A and 3B. Those would include alternate alignments where that 70 kV line would be undergrounded through this segment. One thing to keep in mind, when you underground, you have to install a transition station at both ends. Figure 311 of the EIR provides a visual example of what transition stations would look like at both ends. So that's something that may be of interest to comment on from the public as well as the city. And then, as I mentioned, the interchange project. So this is the proposed freeway interchange at 46 East and Union Road. The black outlines is the layout of the interchange project. This is currently in environmental review. We do expect this project to start to move forward into design and engineering in the next couple years. The red dots indicate where the new poles for the transmission lines would be installed. If they are installed as currently shown, they will conflict with the interchange. There's a lot of grading and filling that has to happen to accommodate this bridge facility. That would probably trigger relocation of these poles. So we wouldn't want to be in a situation that a year or two after these poles are put in, that all of a sudden somebody has to bear the costs of relocating or changing the heights of a number of these poles. So as I mentioned, public comments on this item are due by February 1st to the CPUC. They should not be submitted to the city of Paso Robles. Rob Peterson and Tom Ingalls are the contacts. On the screen is their location to submit the official comments. The city has received some public comments today. Those are incorporated into our record, but they will not be forwarded to the CPUC. So anyone that submitted comments to the City Council tonight also needs to submit them to the CPUC so that they're officially recognized in their EIR process. So the options tonight for the City Council are: 1, to take no action; 2, direct staff to submit EIR comments to the CUPC as directed by staff; and 3rd, or by the council, excuse me, or 3rd, provide alternative direction to staff on how to respond. So that will conclude staff's report at this point, and we would recommend that we move forward with public comment on this.
Thank you for that report. Reminder of how the process goes here. Council will ask questions of staff. After that, we will go to public comment. And as of right now, we have about a dozen people waiting to make public comment. When public comment is finished, we will answer what questions we can, bring it back to council for deliberation on what action we have the latitude to take this evening. So with that, council questions, please. Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions, sir. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Warren, I've got several questions, but I'm going to limit it to one. If any of the alternatives, other alternatives are chosen, we still get the benefit of the improvement of electrical supply. Is that correct?
So the whole purpose of the project is to improve electrical service and reliability within the city. So all the alternatives would achieve that objective, is my understanding.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Warren, I was originally told that this was not really to benefit Paso Robles, but rather San Miguel. We already have our Paso Robles substation down there on Niblick and South River. But what really bothers me about this is that, where they're taking their Australia substation, I heard that they were able to either purchase or donate or something, I'm not sure, property there, which facilitated, starting point at that location rather than further north and possibly going around the north side of the airport, staying out of our city. Any knowledge further than what I just said, or am I on the wrong track here?
So there are alternative locations for the substation. So the preferred location that PG&E is recommending is the location on Union Road. The EIR has looked at an alternative location to the north. Ultimately, the CPUC is going to make the decision on the final location.
Right, and that's the problem. I really just don't like the fact that our city council and public don't really have a whole lot to say about this, even though it's going right in our backyard. I mean, clearly, since I've last seen this, they're now talking about putting the cables underneath underground in that area where Circle B happens, which is probably the closest location where it enters residence areas. But like I said, I would certainly like to see the council take a position and certainly from our side anyway, send a letter to the CPCUC. So
that action will be considered after public comment, please. Any questions?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Well, yes, my question was just going to be that whether or not we were going to consider writing a letter, because I have some suggestions myself for that letter, and I'll hold those until later. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We do have quite a few people standing by for public comment. We're going to get to that list. I'm going to try to keep our callers updated as to who's next up, because sometimes it's a long list and people wander off, they get distracted. We want to make sure that if you have something to say, that you're ready to say it when you're called upon. So we'll start first with Alan Bowman. After that, it's Steve Baker, followed by Victor De La Cruz. Mr. Bowman, are you with us?
Good evening, Mayor Martin and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to address this issue that's going to have long-standing consequences into the future for many generations, most likely. Excuse me. My name is Alan Bowman. I'm legal counsel for San Antonio Winery, and it's owner of the Rebele family. By way of a little background, the Rebele family has been making wine in California for over 100 years. It has facilities in Los Angeles, Ontario, and 2 locations in Paso Robles, including vineyards in San Luis Obispo, Monterey, and Napa counties. The Rebele family has made over $80 million in capital investments in the local community and currently employs 65 individuals at these various Paso Robles properties. By far, the jewel of its local investments is the new state-of-the-art 126,000 square foot wine production an event facility that can be found on the corner of Wisteria Lane and Golden Hills Road. Many of you attended the ribbon cutting that occurred less than 2 years ago at this facility and have seen it firsthand. The PG&E project that's currently under consideration for public comment proposes to place 3 70-foot towers on its facility grounds and run multiple KV lines along the entire westerly boundary of its new facility. The front entrance and primary view from the event center will be towers and power lines. They'll have devastating aesthetic impacts on this facility and would destroy hundreds of thousands of dollars in landscape improvements that were actually conditions of approval in order for their project to move forward. It's important to note that as part of the entitlement process for the winery, San Antonio Winery was required to underground all utilities on its property. In a rather unfortunate twist of fate, this PG&E transmission line project would likely be placed right on top of San Antonio's underground already existing utilities. It should also be noted that San Antonio's facility is 100% solar powered. San Antonio's story is not unique. You will likely hear from many of its neighbors who invested millions of dollars in their own businesses within a stone's throw, and it will all be affected similarly by the placement of these lines in the current proposed structure. The CPUC is seeking public comment to its draft EIR. The city is without a doubt one of the most influential stakeholders. The city is even cited in the draft EIR as having previously taken a position in support of the current project's planned route. Times have changed, obviously. There's been further development, and it would be the hopeful expectation of San Antonio Winery that the city would actually change its previously taken position on this and request that the project actually be moved to the east of the city and to the north, which is one of the suggested alternative routes. I believe the number given to it is PLR-1A. It's known as the Estrella route. It would move it, as I said previously, east and to the north.
Sir. That's 3 minutes, sir. Can you summarize, please?
Yes, the final comment I'll give on that is that the draft EIR has ranked that route as number one in terms of environmental superiority. So it would likely be a very easy decision, hopefully, on the City Council's part to seek to move that route forward instead of the current route through the Golden Hills Business District.
Very good. We thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Steve Baker, followed by Victor De La Cruz and Steve Raboli. Mr. Baker, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'm Steve Baker, chairman of the Circle B Springs HOA. I reside at 1991 Circle B Road in Paso. Previously today, I forwarded a letter to your staff regarding item number 18 on tonight's agenda. This is regarding the proposed routing of the PG&E 70 kV transmission lines along the GAHR route. This will run between, as Mr. Bowman just said, between our homes here to the west side, the Cava RV Resort, and the Raboli family wines on the east side. I won't reiterate the full text of the letter that I sent earlier, except the portion regarding the city's switch of opinion from previously opposing this route back in 2018 to approving it now. My question would be, what has changed to affect this decision? And number two, what improvements that are beneficial to the community have occurred? And number three, the city needs to ask the CPUC why they have not proposed route PLR-1A that in their own draft EIR is the recommended route, and instead they've selected this route. The PLR-1A route runs to the east side of all of this, runs across the north side and makes the connection at the same point. It's strictly agricultural area. There are no homes, no businesses that would be impacted. It also minimizes the chance of the conflict at the Union and 46 interchange that's proposed. So I would ask that you put whatever comments you can together. As Mr. Bowman said, you're a very large stakeholder in this, as is the Raboli family, as is Cava RV Resort, and is the Circle B Springs HOA. Collectively, I think together we can influence this in a direction that would be more beneficial to our full community and not be the eyesore and the impact that it's going to be. And by the way, my background is 40 plus years in heavy construction management. Running it underground is not the right answer. It would be very difficult to do. It's going to take a lot of time to do it. In my letter, I cover more of those things. And one last thing, my vehicle thanks you for the resurfacing of Jardine Road. It's so much nicer now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it.
Thank you for being with us tonight. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Victor De La Cruz to be followed by Steve Raboli, then Jennifer Lynch. Mr. De La Cruz, are you with us?
I am. Good evening,
Welcome.
council members. I'm Victor Dela Cruz. I'm a partner with the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I represent Sun Communities and the Cabo Robles RV Resort. Just last October, one of the country's preeminent travel magazines, Travel and Leisure, started their feature article on Cabo Robles as follows. Now that you can work from anywhere, why not work from heaven on earth? And by heaven on earth, we mean Paso Robles, California. And there's no better place to do that than by RV camping at Cabo Robles. Council members, while nobody is disputing PG&E's need to build these transmission lines, you just saw the renderings along Golden Hill. I think we can all agree that there's nothing heavenly about the proposed view at Cabo Robles and that these massive towers should be built in areas where they will do the least possible harm. The draft EIR for this project has identified the Estrella route to the east and north as the environmentally superior alternative, and it would not destroy the character of a very special community and scenic area. I should point out that when my client sought its entitlements to build Cabo Robles, this council was rightly concerned about preserving the character and natural beauty of the Golden Hill Road corridor. In 2009 and 2012, the city required my client, through conditions of approval, to underground all existing and overhead utilities adjacent to the Cabo Robles property. As a result, my client had to pay PG&E more than $200,000 in 2017 to underground electrical utility lines, work that was completed barely 2 years ago. And yet, just 2 years later, PG&E, after happily taking our client's money to underground utilities along this exact same stretch of roadway, now wants to install its own overhead 70 kV transmission lines there. And we hope you agree this makes no sense. In addition to following the city's directive to underground, Cabo Robles also implemented an oak tree replacement plan, substantial vernal pool and seasonal pond mitigation. We installed native vegetation along this corridor, conducted several biological surveys to ensure that the impacts of developing Cabo Robles was as protective of the environment as possible. Most, if not all of this work, will be completely undone by the Estrella transmission lines. For example, PG&E is proposing to dig up the additional $100,000 of investment that my client poured into native vegetation and buffers along Golden Hill Road. In short, from what we can tell, after requiring Sun to fork over $200,000 to PG&E to underground utilities, the city hasn't yet spoken out against PG&E's plans to not just completely waste my client's money, but to do serious damage to the community that the city worked so hard to protect. In fact, the EIR says you support this, and we would appreciate clarification on that point. I can't emphasize enough that out of the several hundred RV communities my client has throughout the U.S. and Canada, this is their jewel. Travel and Leisure was right when it called this location heavenly, and it's no accident that it highlighted this particular luxury resort.
And
We're
that's 3
respectfully
minutes.
asking that the
Summarize.
city demand the same as PG&E that it demanded out of Cabo Robles and hold this project to the same high standards that my client met. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Up next, we have Steve Riboli, to be followed by Jennifer Lynch and Thomas Munoz. Mr. Riboli.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Steve Riboli, and my family and I, we own the San Antonio Winery. Thank you, Mayor Martin and members of the City Council for the time this evening. We also want to thank the Planning Commission and city leadership for supporting smart and sustainable growth that has made Paso Robles a world-class tourist destination. Our family wine company has been in business since 1917, and we are the proud winner of America's Winery of the Year. That's out of 13,000 wineries in America. We have a long-standing reputation. We partner with communities, and we've certainly partnered with the community of Paso Robles with an $80 million investment. The current proposed project that we're speaking of us tonight just doesn't make any sense. It would never be built in any community south of you all. It would never fly. 70-foot power lines adjoining our 50-foot building. And if those of you that have toured our facility realize that we are at one of the max heights that can be achieved in building, it's at 50 feet, and these tower 20 feet above that. Actually, I toured the property recently, and I was at the Allegretto Hotel envisioning, could I see them? Yes, I could see 70-foot power poles all the way from the Allegretto and Cuesta College. That's to give you an idea of how tall, big, and obnoxious these poles will be. Going underground makes no sense. It's extremely expensive. It'll be extremely disruptive to all of us in the community. We have a 5-acre lot that is across the street from our winery facility where additional poles would be constructed. There, we have a vision to build a world-class medical facility. We've been speaking to some providers, medical providers, love the area, love the community. And the last thing I want to show them is rendered drawings with 70-foot power poles that completely circle them. I encourage the city of Paso Robles this evening to hear all of us and to support alternatives. We need you to support this. It cannot be done. You're a green community, and I know you take care of your people. This makes zero sense. There are alternative routes, but we need the city to support those alternative routes, especially those that take it far east and far to the north. It makes the most sense for all of us for the next 50 to 100 years that these poles will be in existence. Again, I thank you very much. I thank you for being stewards of the community and stewards of the land. And I thank you for doing the right thing. And please, we need your help. And that's a sincere request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being with us tonight. Next, we have Jennifer Lynch, followed by Thomas Munoz and Laura Anderson. Jennifer Lynch, are you with us?
I am. Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Lynch. I'm a land use and CEQA attorney that represents Sun Communities in the Paso Robles RV Resort. We were surprised and disappointed to read on page 5-13 of the CPUC's draft EIR, the city supports the Estrella project's current transmission line alignment down Golden Hill Road. The city's stated preference in the EIR for this alignment is a preference for a more environmentally harmful alternative. The draft EIR ranks the environmental superiority of each alternative in Table 5-2. This draft EIR table identifies not one, not two, but 3 reasonable and feasible alternatives that are less environmentally harmful than the city's stated preference. And of these 3, alternative combination number 2, which includes route PLR-1A, which goes to the north, would be the least impactful to the city of Paso Robles in particular. So why would the city encourage the CPUC to approve and PG&E to construct a more harmful alternative when there is another one that is available and just as feasible? The comment letter my law firm submitted to the council last week details just some of the serious adverse environmental impacts that this project will have on the Paso Robles Resort and the Golden Hill Road corridor at large. I hope you've had a chance to review our letter in detail, but to summarize just some of these impacts, the alignment that the city has allegedly gone on record to support would impact the roadway width along Golden Hill Road, causing issues with RVs traveling to and from the resort, require the removal of native landscaping, buffering, and fencing that the city required Paso Robles to spend more than $100,000 to install just a few years ago. It would disturb and degrade oak trees, vernal and seasonal pools, and native vegetation that Paso Robles dutifully protected and enhanced, again, just a couple years ago. This route would run looming and humming transmission lines directly behind the resort's vacation sites, disturbing its guests and diminishing its ability to continue to rent out these spaces and generate the revenues and the TOT that it currently does for the city. This project would catastrophically impact the ability of Paso Robles to market itself as providing an outdoor resort RV opportunity in a beautiful natural setting. There are better options, and the CPUC's draft EIR clearly admits this. And so we're asking that the city go on record opposing any alignment that uses Golden Hill Road and mars this truly unique and beautiful area. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Thomas Munoz, followed by Laura Anderson, then Cheryl Taylor. Thomas, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good evening. Hi, good evening. I'm Thomas Munoz. I am the general manager of Paso Robles RV Resort. Paso Robles is unlike any other local opportunity. Our guests are both locals and from out of town, and they all come here to enjoy an opportunity to unplug and enjoy the Central Coast, and Paso Robles in particular, in a natural outdoor setting. Some of Cava's most important natural assets are the unobstructed views of Paso Robles vineyards and hills, and the ability to provide a base camp for guests to explore the city of Paso Robles, the opportunity to see protected wildlife and nature. When Paso Robles was built, you required us to underground our overhead electrical lines along this exact same stretch to preserve the community character, the natural setting, and the resources that are present in this special place. Yet now, PG&E wants to put up transmission lines in the exact same location. This project will seriously harm the Paso Robles Resort and the Golden Hills Road corridor. If these heavy transmission lines and towers are allowed, it will ruin our natural setting, generate obnoxious humming noises that could bother employees, most Paso Robles residents, and guests who otherwise would be listening to nature. It'll make you feel like you are not in a natural, beautiful rural environment, but instead back into the urban area that guests were likely trying to escape from. For those reasons, I hope that the city of Paso Robles will strongly oppose any version of the Estrella project that runs lines along Golden Hills Road. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Laura Anderson, followed by Cheryl Taylor and Caitlin Walton. Laura Anderson, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Anderson, and I am the general manager of the Vines RV Resort. I lived in Paso Robles for 20 years plus. Like Paso Robles, the Vines RV Resort is located in the city of Paso Robles and operated by Sun RV Resorts. And like Paso Robles, we are extremely concerned about the impact of transmission lines cutting through this rural area and running directly adjacent to our sister resort on Golden Hill Road. As currently proposed, these transmission lines will mar the landscape, the views, the community character, and the experience of our guests. Together, the guests of 3 Sun RV resorts, Paso Robles, Wine Country, and the Vines, pump nearly $10 million every year into the local economy. And as Mr. Munoz said, our guests use our resorts as a base camp from which they explore Paso Robles and enjoy our city's wineries, restaurants, shops, and attractions. This local and economic investment should be protected, and we believe that the City of Paso Robles City Council has the power to convince the CPUC to move this project's transmission lines elsewhere. Please protect our economic contribution, our resort guests, our employees, and the residents and businesses of Paso Robles by going on record strongly opposing the transmission lines along the Golden Hill Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it. Next, we have Cheryl Taylor, followed by Caitlin Walton, then Valerie Leatherwood. Cheryl, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good evening, council members. Good evening to you too. My name is Cheryl Taylor. I've been the general manager here at Wine Country RV Resort for 14 years now. I'm born and raised in Atascadero, and I moved to Paso Robles in 2001, where I have seen City Council take great strides in keeping Paso Robles looking beautiful for our residents and for our visitors visiting the Paso Robles area. Wine Country RV Resort is actually very close to my sister company, Paso Robles, as we are only a hillside away from each other, and we are both located within the Paso Robles city limits. I take great pride in being a resident of Paso Robles, but I have serious concerns about the environmental impacts of the Estrella project on Paso Robles, Golden Hills Road, the city of Paso Robles, and the region at large that we live in. Wine Country RV Resort strongly opposes the Estrella project and is concerned that it will impact not only Paso Robles revenue, but the revenue at Wine Country RV Resort as well. Wine Country RV Resort employs 15 employees, pays nearly $429,000 in annual payroll, and generates an annual revenue of $2.73 million. Together with Paso Robles and Wine Country RV Resort, our company pumps in millions of dollars into the local economy, in large part because we offer our guests an urban lifestyle and an opportunity for guests to plug in our beautiful natural setting here in Paso Robles. Please tell the CUPC that the city of Paso Robles opposes any and all transmission lines going down Golden Hill Road. Thank you very much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Caitlin Walton, followed by Valerie Leatherwood, then Kristen Handley. Caitlin, are you with us?
Good evening, council members. My name is Caitlin Walton, and I am the Regional Vice President that oversees Paso Robles RV Resort, Wine Country RV Resort, and Vines RV Resort. Prior to taking on my current role, I was the General Manager at Paso Robles. Through the construction and grand opening of the resort, in addition to the 6+ years I've spent working for Sun Communities in Paso Robles, I'm also a resident and own a house here with my husband. Paso Robles is a luxury RV resort written up and reviewed in countless travel guides, including the front page of actually the cover of the Slow Visitor's Guide, the Insider, and Travel and Leisure, as has been mentioned so far. In 2018, shortly after the construction was wrapped up at the Paso Robles project, the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce awarded Paso Robles the Beautification of the Year Award, ironically, for its transformation of the Paso Robles site in ways that will be undone just a few short years later if the proposed Estrella project moves forward. Transmission lines and towers of this size immediately adjacent to Paso Robles will have severe financial impact on our resort. The lines and tower poles will be immediately adjacent to several premium RV sites as well as vacation rentals within the resort. This could immediately reduce our ability to charge current fees as well as rent out these locations at current occupancy rates. By our conservative estimate, this could result in an annual financial impact of more than $230,000. This in turn will directly affect our ability to continue generating transit occupancy tax at our current rate, which for Paso Robles is more than $437,000 per year. Paso Robles is an important local stakeholder in Paso Robles. The resort employs 38 full-time employees at an annual payroll of over $1.34 million. We welcome nearly 17,000 unique reservations each year, and each reservation typically spends more than $300 in the local community at restaurants, shops, and other Paso Robles attractions. Together with our sister resorts, Wine Country and Vines, guests spend nearly $10 million each year in the local area. We are asking the City Council tonight to join us in opposing any transmission lines along Golden Hill Road to help us protect our resort and the local community from a variety of adverse impacts caused by this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Up next, we have Valerie Leatherwood, followed by Kristen Handley, then Hans Mitchell. Valerie, are you with us? Hello, Valerie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is Tom Leatherwood. I'm Valerie's husband. She's asked me that I sit in for this time and make comments as appropriate.
Very good. You're on.
Okay. I've heard all the arguments, and this has been going on for some time. I'm coming to you more from a personal aspect than a commercial one. I understand the commercial impact and the concerns that they have, and they are all valid. I came here to Paso Robles in 1981. I started my business in Southern California. I moved it here. I built the largest facility on the Paso Robles Airport in 1996, where I continue to operate my aviation business. And in 1996, I purchased my 7-acre property here in Circle B Springs at the end of Golden Hill Road to build my dream home, which I proceeded to do in 1999. Estimated value now is in the $2 million range. I would like to ask anyone concerned with which way they would weigh in on this issue as to their personal situation, if they could imagine not 70-foot towers, which were originally proposed, which have now been upgraded to 105-foot towers, robotic towers placed in their front yard virtually. And we're talking about 6 properties in Circle B Springs alone, 2 properties south of us along Golden Hill Road, which would suffer the same consequence, along with San Antonio Winery, Paso Robles, whose guests would have to drive underneath these power lines to approach their property. And they've addressed their issues in pretty uncertain terms. And when there is an alternative route that has been specified, as opposed to this route through not only the industrial section along Wisteria and up Golden Hill, where so much landscaping and pre-planning has been done as to the winery's facility, all this will be torn up. The landscaping that has been put in between Paso Robles and Circle B Road, or Circle B Springs, our development, of which compromises 13 parcels, 5 to 7 acres, all on 5 of the properties adjoin a private lake of approximately 3 acres in size. And if you can imagine the impact that this installation would have on our property values and the aesthetics of our property, I ask you to think twice about your lack of support, for the.
That's 3 minutes.
The removal.
Would you like to summarize?
No, I think I've said everything I have to say.
We thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kristen Handley, followed by Hans Mitchell. Kristen, are you with us?
Good evening, Mayor Martin and Paso Robles City Council members. I am here tonight on behalf of Assemblyman Jordan Cunningham. I would like to read a letter that he wrote in regards to this particular project. I'm writing respectfully to request the City of Paso Robles take a position against the current proposed route of the transmission line, the 70 kV line, included in the PG&E and Horizon West proposed Estrella substation and Paso Robles area reinforcement project. The proposed route would severely impact the Golden Hill Business District, along with several residential neighborhoods and numerous current and future businesses. The Golden Hill area is one of the largest potential growth communities in the Paso Robles area, and this proposed route would be detrimental to this effort, as well as future growth for the city. For a city and region that rely on tourism and recreation as a majority of its financial stability and livelihood, 70-foot poles and transmission lines woven through this are an unacceptable visual. This is not what the tourism industry wants to promote, and will force residents and businesses to live with the visual impacts on a daily basis. The number one ranked project alternative is known as Alternative Combination 2, also known as PLR 1A or the Estrella route. This would move the transmission lines east and to the north of Paso Robles. This route would have fewer impacts on residential neighborhoods, businesses, and the welcoming 46 corridor. This alternative has already been deemed the number one environmentally superior alternative under the draft EIR by the CPUC. Alternative Combination 3, also known as PLR1C or the Bunnell Ranch route, would also be a less intrusive route with minimal impacts on residential and business growth areas. These two options, with minimal impacts on residents, businesses, and the environment, are far better. We appreciate the City Council taking up this important issue for consideration and hope that you will choose to support your local businesses by promoting Alternative Combination 2, the Estrella route, or, secondly, Alternative Combination 3, or the Bunnell Ranch route, as a second alternative in the draft EIR report. Sincerely, Jordan Cunningham, Assemblyman, 35th Assembly District.
Thank you very much, and please thank the Assemblyman for making that input.
I will do so. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Hans Mitchell. Hans, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, good evening, honorable members of the City Council, and ladies and gentlemen, somewhere present in the universe. I'm Hans Michel, managing partner of Wiener Robles Vineyards and Winery. I reside at 917 Salida del Sol. First, I would like to say from the documents I have that I support EIR proposal rank number 1, alternative combination 2. However, I know that there might be better solutions, but that's my proposal at the time. Let me explain. Many years ago, the city, actually strongly supported us in incorporating our property, what is now the Wiener Robles Hospitality Center and the Wiener Robles Amphitheater. The two owner families are you need to know that, very thankful for all your help and support over the years you have extended. We are actually very happy to be here, and that's an important point. Wiener Robles became part of a hospitality, lodging, and I think they called it entertainment corridor envisioned by the city on Highway 46. That was an important aspect of supporting us. 3 years ago, we now opened our winery at Union Road, just east of Barney Schwartz Park. It's a very noticeable building. So Wiener Robles overall has invested significantly in the east corridor of Highway 46. You can imagine that. So the visual environment around us and the entrance to the city is of utmost importance to our customers as well as to us. And seeing a big power line entering the city is not part of that concept, in my view. It is very important for the success of our business to have a great looking and presenting environment. We want the city to remain and to become even more welcoming. So that's what the basis for this discussion here. I have studied the various proposals and maps as good as I could over the past actually hours, especially the EIR, and therefore I can repeat, Wiener Robles strongly first of all opposes the PG&E project, routing of the power lines across Highway 46 and along Union Road. The highly visible numerous power lines and towers along Barney Schwartz Park Sports Club in front of our newly built upscale winery where we expect many VIP guests.
That is 3 minutes, sir. Would you like to summarize?
After COVID.
That is 3 minutes.
I can summarize that based on the EIR and our own evaluation and opinion about the importance of an inviting entrance to the city from Highway 46, we strongly support implementing of the EIR number 1 ranked alternative combination number 2 Estrella route. Thank you so much, and appreciate your time.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it. Next up, we have Mark Kogler. Mark, are you with us?
I'm Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
I am. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. Good evening. I'm Mark Kogler, 1712 Via Lantana. I should state up front, I am a member of the Paso Robles Planning Commission, and my comments that I'm going to offer, as well as those that I submitted in writing earlier today, are those of my own. They do not reflect my association with the city. I am a property owner in the reconductoring segment of this project, which has not received any discussion tonight, which is perfectly logical. There's a lot of big issues here. But there's also a 3-mile segment of this project that is passing directly through a variety of neighborhoods that exist within the city. The concern that I have and that I've expressed in writing, and I won't go through all of those points, but I would ask that the points that are raised in my letter be considered for inclusion in the city's comments. The principal concern that I have is that I have a pole, as I indicated, in my property. I will see that be replaced. It's a 55-foot wooden pole right now, which will be replaced by a 95-foot steel pole. Excuse me. A gentleman spoke earlier about a 20-foot height differential between a winery building and a 70-foot tower. The towers in this neighborhood area will rise above many of the existing homes by 60 to 70 feet, far in excess of the 20 feet. My concern is that the EIR does not reference alternatives to the massive increase in pole size that's envisioned for this neighborhood. The alignment itself passes directly next to, across, or in the rear of 117 homes as it meanders from the substation northward to the Traditions neighborhood. Furthermore, I reference in my letter, I believe the EIR is deficient in its assessment of the visual impacts within this area that the height adjustment is going to result in. Additionally, I don't believe the mitigation strategies address the height issue whatsoever. It seems silent on that completely, and it needs to be addressed as part of this process. So in summary, Mr. Mayor, as I indicated, I did submit some comments. I would request respectfully that those be considered as the city formulates its response. The project as it proposed is inconsistent with a letter that the Community Development Director, Mr. Frey, sent to the Public Utilities Commission in 2018, because it really is proposing an improvement that is not only out of scale with the community at large, but also very much specifically with my neighborhood. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your consideration of the thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling. I see no one on the list now for public comment. Therefore, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. A lot of testimony here, not a lot of questions, certainly a lot of opinion and concern. So we'll go down the list with our city council members for their opinions and their comments, and then hopefully we can take some action, starting with Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We have received a lot of emails about this concern, and I'm glad that all this has been brought up to us to take in consideration of sending a letter to support the better for our community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Steve, I'd recommend that we come around more than once to the council, but I'd like to start out with several comments. I find it really, really bizarre that after we require all these people who recently did all their developments to underground their facilities and pay extraordinary fees to do so, to have PG&E come around and replace the very items and the lines that we've asked them not to put to underground for us. So that's the first thing. And then I really have a conflict with this route that PG&E is suggesting, because it's going to be right in the middle of our crossing over 46 in Golden, and then the airport route and the Union Road route right there. It's going right through the middle of everything. And we, by allowing this, we accept the responsibility to pay to move it. And the biggest issue I have with this whole thing is they have a ranking of the environmentally best routes to go. And the best route to go is to go east of the airport, north of the airport, and around the city and outside of the city limits. The question is why are they trying to go right through the middle of everything? There is no physical benefit for the city of Paso Robles, for the people that live here, or for PG&E to go through the middle of our town and destroy its beautiful view. I drove out on the path where this is proposed to go. We have no power lines there now. We're spending great deals of money improving our facility, and this is a slap in the face of the citizens of Paso Robles. And I want to go back in history a little bit. This was shown to us 5 or 6 years ago. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know the development that's coming our way. And it was not ever voted on. It was just said, yeah, that's an okay route, because we didn't know what was coming. With all the literally hundreds of millions of dollars of development in the Golden Hill area, with Vina Robles to the east, and to the Riboli family, what they've done, and to the Cava RV Resort, and everybody else in that corridor. And, you've got everybody there. You got, the water parks there, and it's throwing it right in the middle of everything. And I think, to me, this comes down to a decision by PG&E not to pay attention to its own environmental impact report. Take it out of our town. I think it's really important as a council that as we look at this, that we all agree as a council to send the same letter as all our concerned citizens and business people, through our community members and partners, that we follow step with them and make the same recommendation they do. Go with alternative one, which is the PRL-1A route. Take it out of the town and save all of this unnecessary harassment and destruction of the very thing we try to create for Paso Robles being a destination resort. And that's my first round with this. It's a little perturbing to me to see this being proposed as their proposed project being the number 4 on their list of 6 or 7. The top recommendation on their list is the one that everybody's recommending is called in, and I totally agree with that. And I'll reserve more comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I personally, I want to go on the record that I never supported this current route. I don't think any of us really did. And clearly, it's important that we say everything we can as a council and have a 5-0 vote if we could to recommend that PG&E take a northern and eastern route around. Now that I was going to ask Warren to put this screen up, and he did. We can see that the green line is basically what I think should be done with regard to keeping it away from both our airport, which I'm a pilot. I don't want to run into those poles on final. But on the other hand, it looks to me like it's following Australia, which is clearly a very unpopulated area and rural area where, again, it's a lot of farmland. So I think, again, the cost of this, to me, would be far less to go that way, and the public benefit would be greatly improved. I see basically, that there are impacts here that can't be mitigated at all coming through town. It's going to put strong, support against it from everyone who's going to see it. Again, PG&E needs to take the easy route and move it to the north. So hopefully we can come up with a position letter and essentially a letter from the citizens of Paso Robles that we strongly oppose this and that we recommend it. I think it's called the PRL-1A, if I'm not mistaken, Warren. That would be my recommendation, that they move in that direction. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
It wouldn't let me turn on. There we go. I'm sorry. Yeah, number one, I don't know if any of you have ever lived with these lines. In the past, I have. They crossed my driveway, and every time I drove under them, my radio went crazy. And it was about 200 feet behind my house, which was not really comfortable. But that was a personal experience then. As far as the way it looked, no, they're not attractive. And they shouldn't be in high residential and business areas. Where I was then was outside of the city limits, and it was in a rural area, so it was understandable where they were located. And that's the kind of location they should be. And even though I was inconvenienced at that time, I was only one person. I wasn't an entire community. I really believe that we have to send a letter that indicates that unless a non-intrusive alternative route is adopted, that PG&E should pay for the redesign costs and or relocation costs for the PG&E Union Road interchange changes, as well as any other problems that it creates for people. Putting high voltage lines above ground on the same routes that PG&E has previously encouraged customers to underground on doesn't make any sense. And a lot of what the people said was just made common sense. It looks like this is the cheapest route for PG&E, which is probably why they chose it. And the cheapest way is not always the best way to go. So I believe that we do have to have staff take a good look at what the routes are, and we can recommend a specific one, but I think even our staff can probably come up with the least intrusive one that still gives us the redundancy and power that we do need, because there is a reason for a new station. We do have to have that alternative because of shutoffs in other areas. So we need the extra power. And if we're going to grow anymore, we're going to really improve, then we do have to have energy to do so. But it doesn't have to be done exactly this way. There are better ways to do it, and I think we should state that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that there are obvious benefits to the community regarding the redundancy and reliability of power in our area. Goodness knows in the state of California right now, where we are subject to public safety power shutdowns day after day, that any redundancy and reliability increases are to be valued. But I think it's obvious that in light of the testimony we received tonight, and in light of the review that we've made of the plans and routes that have been presented to us in anticipation of this meeting tonight, that our action should be clear. And I know that council members are going to want to have more discussion. But I just want to say that I would make or support a motion that basically states, in response to our residents' concerns, in recognition of the benefits of affected properties and businesses, in reconsideration of the aesthetic and environmental impacts and the impacts on future projects within the city, and also revisiting the impacts of reconductoring through the center of our city, that we should withdraw any city support for this configuration and urge a less damaging alternative to the city and its neighbors. So that's the way I feel right now. Additional council comments, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. I think I just feel the same way the rest of the council members feel, and I'm so glad we're having this discussion. I'm glad that we'll be able to hopefully agree to send this letter, and with all the input that we have from the community, this is great, and this is what it's all about, is all being on the same page. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I think, Steve, I like your wording where we ask PG&E to completely withdraw this project from our city, as it's nothing but disruptive and costly for our citizens and our community business members. And the one thing I'm hearing on all the comments from our people calling in tonight, and I believe it's the right choice, is that I think we need to send a unilateral comment on every letter from everybody in Paso Robles. There is a good route, and that route is the PRL-1A route that goes east of the city, east of the airport, and then comes back over towards the Salinas River, north of the airport. And quite frankly, I think it saves PG&E money to build it that way, whether they like that or not, or agree with that. But it's totally disruptive to everything that we're doing as a community. You have everybody with their huge investments in our town and their community members. They support our staff, our employees, our TOT, everything that's good about our community. They're driving their power lines right through the heart of our entry gateway into our city, and then going in and putting it right up against the Cava Resort and Rivoli's facility for San Antonio Winery. It's just disruptive and unnecessary. And when we were encouraged for all this time as a city, along with PG&E, the underground wires, to slap in the face, to say, oh, it's no problem, let's just go put this right up by your business, without any thought. And the other caveat I'd like to put in there is that somebody said something to it, is PG&E is going to have to be responsible for anything on that interchange at Union and 46, Union Road and Highway 46. If that's our overpass, we have to move all this. So it's a silly idea right off the bat. So I think it's important to come across with the same recommendation as all of our constituents have been telling us, and unilaterally support the idea, and please remove it from this part of a corridor of our city. And I'd be willing to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and give the others a chance to weigh in one more time. Mr. Hammond?
Well, I think, again, hopefully we can craft a letter. Staff can do this where we can look at it and review it. Clearly, again, what I was saying earlier was that we need to take a position on this as a council and on behalf of the citizens of Paso Robles, and basically send a letter to CPUC rejecting the proposal of design based on overwhelming impacts that can't be mitigated to our residents and businesses. And we strongly favor the northern route, which basically is originally designed in the draft EIR. And that's, I'm not sure the exact number or name of this. Warren, you can help us on that, but basically put that into our letter indicating exactly what we prefer.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes by two names. So it's referred to generally as alternative combination number 2, or the Estrella route. In the EIR specifically, it is alternative route PLR-1A.
Right, that's what I shout too. So however that language gets to the CPUC up there and stating, Paso Robles' position on this as strongly as we can state it, I think that needs to be done as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Strong, final thoughts?
Yes, thank you. And I think we need staff to actually draft the letter and bring it back to us for approval or whatever we need to do, unless there's no time. In that case, we have to trust them to do the right thing. But let's go back to PG&E somehow saying that we already supported this. And that goes back to the hearing we had where the stress number 1 was on our need for an alternative line so that we don't have big power outages a lot. And that was important. And we were not shown all these different routes at that time. We were shown one other alternative that really was not as efficient as this, but it did not include the other things that we are now presented with. That makes a big difference. The other thing is, it's obvious that what they're doing on the preferred route that they've got is using existing easements that they have for power lines that never conceived that they would put this type of power line on there. And I think that has to be stressed too, that was not the intent in many of these easements that they were granted, that this is taking advantage of a situation. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Gregory, you had a motion?
Yeah, so I need to ask a timing question on this. So we do not have time to have this come back before the council. I think everything's due by the end of January or 1st of February. But one of the things I'm going to make, I'll make a motion, but I'd make the recommendation that if staff, whoever's going to write or compose the letter, that they cooperate with the comments from Jordan Cunningham, all the businesses, including San Antonio Winery, Vina Robles, and Cava Resort, so that we have a unity of effort. And so I think that's important in the construction of the letter. So I'll make a motion that the city council sends a letter to PG&E opposing the current proposed route, completely opposing it, as it is in conflict with everything that our town is about for tourism in a beautiful setting, and follow the eastern route, or your alternative combination 2, the Estrella route, also known as PRL-1A, and take the power lines to the east of the city, east of the airport, around the north of the airport, back over to their power line construction on River Road. And that's the most environmentally sensitive way to go, and we completely support it as a council.
Strong seconds.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Council comments on the motion. Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir. No.
Mr. Hammond?
No, I other than fact, I'd like to have the draft letter sent to us before it's signed by the mayor.
I have no problem with that, but there is a timing concern that we need to get this in before input date closes. Any further comment from the council on the motion?
No, sir.
Roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is Tom Frucci. Can I make a comment before you take a vote?
Please do. Go ahead.
I absolutely agree that the city should write the letter, and it should very clearly say that we're changing our position from that stated in the 2018 letter. But I think we need to do more. This is not a simple matter either substantively or procedurally. For example, there are advantages to our industrial development of the current line. I'm not saying I support the current line, but there are definite advantages, and that's one of the reasons that was, as Mr. Strong indicates, an earlier version, that is one of the reasons that we strongly considered a line closer to where the current project is being proposed. Regardless of what the city does, and I would ask to be added to the motion, we need to encourage everyone who spoke tonight or who submitted input to stay engaged in the process, submit comment letters, and stay engaged after that. But I think it's very likely that we may not be successful in whatever position we take because of we're not the most important player here. PG&E's important player, CPU staff is an important player. If so, just sending a letter I don't think is enough. Under the CPUC procedures, we would have the ability to become a party to the proceeding, and you have to apply for that status, but that allows you to stay involved in subsequent discussions, subsequent hearings, subsequent negotiations. And I think given the importance of this line, both in terms of reliability and additional power to our community as we continue to develop our industrial base, which is very important to our economy, to try to not be so dependent upon tourism and the agricultural industry. I absolutely think that we need to stay involved. For example, if the CPUC wants to continue with the line that's been proposed, we need to be there to argue against the city being in any way responsible for the costs of moving the line once we build the Highway 46 overpass. We need to stay involved to ensure that the reconductoring line is examined fully and see what alternatives are there. And we need to stay involved just in case the CPUC wants to have the line where it is or somewhere close to where it is, that we argue on behalf of our community to have it undergrounded, which is not by any means a perfect solution. But I would hate to just write our letter and not continue to have the voice of Paso Robles and its constituents heard. I would ask that we continue to stay involved and work in concert with the members of our community who've spoken tonight and provide input to the council. And this is not going to be an inexpensive process. A rough estimate is just to become a party to the proceedings and stay involved at that level would cost us somewhere in the order of $25,000. But I think we've heard tonight how important the placement of this line, the correct optimal placement of this line is to the community. So I would ask that the council consider augmenting the motion to include some or all of those factors.
Would the maker of the motion like to include that?
Yeah, so Tom, how would we get there? How do we do that? Do we have our city attorney apply to be on that?
Yes, in fact, as you know, as Kimberly introduced at the beginning, we do have the BBK attorney who can assist us in this effort on the line tonight. He's heard all of the testimony. Immediately after tonight, we would take two steps. We would immediately start to work on the letter, but in addition, we would start laying out the process for us as a city, as well as in working with our constituents to become parties to the proceedings and stay involved.
So I'll amend the motion as Tom stated, to become a party to the proceedings.
Very good.
And the The second will accept that with anything left out of the motion being council direction to staff.
Very good. I'm going to ask for council comment on the motion one more time since it's been changed. Any further comment on the motion, Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir. Sounds good.
Very good. Councilman Hammond.
Yes, Tom, how soon do you think you can craft a letter that we could review and get off in that direction?
We would certainly have a draft letter completed to you before the end of the business week.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Very good.
Steve Gregory with a question.
Mr. Gregory.
So, Tom, this would be our attorneys crafting the letter now, not our staff?
Well, it'd be us working together. I mean, Warren, as you can see, the EIR is over 1,000 pages. It's going to take several efforts. I think we should also consult the agents and attorneys who've spoken tonight on behalf of some of our constituents. They've obviously got expertise in this area and have put in effort of their own, and they can assist us in coming up with a finely crafted letter.
Very good. Okay. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion on the motion, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We move on now. Item number 19, second quarter update, financial year 2020-2021, budget report and adjustments, position changes, deferral of transient occupancy tax collections. Mr. Cornell?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, I have the opportunity to go over the city's mid-year financial report for the fiscal year 2020-2021. The majority of the focus will be on the general fund because it is that fund and the taxes it generates that's had the largest impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic. The staff report, it does provide an update on the water, sewer, parking, and supplemental sales tax street projects, and those can be found in detail on pages 6 and 7, and then on pages 15 through 17. I do have a lot to cover tonight. In addition to receiving this report, there are several recommended City Council actions. Those include position transfers and reclassifications, additional appropriation requests, and then deferring the TOT tax collection in a similar manner that we did back in March time. So I will be discussing those items throughout this report. I will be jumping back to last fiscal year, to the first 6 months of this fiscal year, and kind of what we're sensing for the remaining part of the remaining 6 months of the current fiscal year. So what we know for certain is that the economy did hit rock bottom in April in 2020. And then although the recovery hasn't been as rapid as the downturn, it has been historically faster than ever seen before. And world GDP growth in the third quarter of 2020 came in at 33%. So in other words, the worst quarter in U.S. history, economically speaking, has been followed by the best. It's truly a business cycle like never before, much faster than most of us believed at the start of the pandemic. That's not to say that there have not been impacts to individuals or businesses. Rather, the pandemic has disproportionately affected some more than others. That's another noteworthy item with this business cycle in the pandemic is the path of unemployment. Usually unemployment takes a long time to rise and even longer to fall. But this time, this is San Luis Obispo County data. It rose from 3.8% in February to 14% in April, and then right back down to 5.4% in November. So kind of all of that change all in an 8-month period. Even when we kind of dive into a little bit more details on this unemployment activity, we do know that the lower income wages have been more impacted than the higher earners. So it kind of almost translates into the taxes that the lower income folks make is proportionate to the taxes that they pay. So even though they've been the most impacted on the city side, and when it receives its taxes, hasn't been nearly as impacted by some. So the unemployment trend does look good. It is one of the reasons why city staff has an optimistic outlook. But kind of leads me into the next point is that when I go into details with the economic and the financial data that we see, the actual receipts that the cities receive, the actual sales tax transactions from each of the businesses, things are positive. And it's good. It's positive in a time of crisis. But that's kind of the thing. We still are in a crisis. We do still have families and businesses impacted by the pandemic. And we are seeing another decline in economic activity from the latest stay-at-home orders. So in other words, we aren't out of the tunnel quite yet. We see the light at the end, but it's still very difficult to predict when we're going to get out. And so really, my recommendation is to kind of stay the course, because at the end of the day, we are still going to spend more money than we received this fiscal year. Granted, we had anticipated our use of reserves to be about 5.7 million at the beginning of the fiscal year, but with the positive results, we're looking at utilizing reserves closer to about 2 million. And by using less reserves this year, it does allow us to carry those monies over to the next fiscal year and be available should the effects of the pandemic are prolonged longer than we had anticipated. Secondly, in addition to that, we are starting the budget process. So really, it'd be kind of a nice, clean, fresh start to stay the course this year and then expand moving forward. Needless to say, I will continue to monitor the economic activity and then keep the council appraised as appropriate. But because we are in the kind of the beginning phases of the budget, you're going to get plenty of fiscal updates from me. Okay, so the first table here is the sales tax by industry group. We have the different industries along the horizontal axis, the autos and transportations, the just general consumer goods, restaurants and hotels and the like. The gray lines are the actual receipts that the city received January through September of 2019. And then the blue line is the January to September of 2020. So in other words, we're kind of thinking that the January 2019 to September is the kind of the baseline. That's the normal year. That was pre-COVID. And then 2020 with the second part having a huge dip and then a huge incline. So our largest industry is autos and transportation. And when you compare the first 3 quarters of 19 to the first 3 quarters of 2020, we just saw pretty much a flat. We had entered the fiscal year thinking that autos and transportation were naturally going to decline year over year, only because we had such a huge increase in auto sales recently. But come to find out is consumers have shifted their spending habits. They are buying more RVs, more trucks, boats, and that is kind of the reason why we're seeing a flat year over year growth in autos and transportation. Skipping ahead over to consumer general goods, those are the Walmarts and the Targets within the city. You do see a decline. It's about $200,000 or about 12%. But that's pretty much because there's been a huge shift of retail spending that goes online. And that's why we see such a significant growth in the state and county pools, because it's the online sales is how those taxes are being allocated to the city, which is kind of an interesting concept. Like the state and county pools weren't necessarily initially designed to handle high amount of sales tax activity. It was kind of more of a catch-all. And we don't know how we're going to disperse this to the cities, so we'll just kind of do an average sales across all the cities and go from there. Obviously, the more appropriate way to allocate online sales would be to each individual customer at their home. So I guess it's just something to kind of keep an eye out. I imagine the state will address this eventually. It's hard to say if that's going to be a benefit to Paso or not. But by necessity, I think there will be winners and losers when that comes. The other interesting thing about this pandemic is the pace of retailing. We have seen over the years people not going into the brick and mortar stores anymore and shifting their online shopping, and this pandemic has only just kind of sped that process along. So one of the goals and visions from one of the last city council workshops was a future of downtown concept with this kind of this path of de-retailing. It's kind of a good idea that we had a couple of years ago, and we might want to explore that moving forward. Okay, so overall, when you stack up each of these industries on top of each other, we saw an overall decrease of 3.4%, about 267,000. 267,000 compared to a 40 million budget isn't really much of a variance there, but you can see there are two major industries that have been hit hard. The first is dining and restaurants, and then the second is fuel and service stations. And it's gonna take a while for the hotels and restaurants to bounce back. And really the first step, and I'll go into this a little bit more detail later in my presentation, but the first step is really to try to get our county opened, get these stay-at-home orders lifted, so we can fully open up our economy. It's going to be interesting with the fuel and service stations because I can see the working from home and the no longer commuting increasing because that kind of is, again, another interesting about this pandemic. And many employers have learned with the appropriate organizational structures and training and systems, their employees can work effectively from home. So it's too early to call the end of offices as we know it, but I think we can see some of the larger firms downsizing their floor space. I do see that as an opportunity, and Mr. Fucci kind of touched base on it earlier in tonight, but really attracting some of the higher paying jobs from our urban communities in allowing them to remote work here versus in the city. Obviously, we would just need to make sure that we have the housing and the communication infrastructure in place in order to do that. So I know this graph isn't looking at this most recent quarter where we have the latest declines again, but I did come across this new little tool. It's from tracktherecovery.org, and this isn't necessarily perfect, but as Mr. Hammond likes to say, this is another tool for our tool bag. And it is kind of interesting to kind of dig into the data that this website is providing. So it essentially takes the credit card transaction data, and specifically in this graph that I was able to pull was for San Luis Obispo. And again, something that we've been seeing year in and year out, huge decline in spending when the first stay-at-home orders happened, but there's kind of been this slow increase in spending since then. And then obviously you see here, this is kind of when the last stay-at-home orders were implemented, but you can see that it's not anywhere near close to what we hit at the bottom in April of 2020. So that being said, we are a little optimistic moving forward, regardless of our increase in cases. Our HDL companies, our city sales tax consultant, predicts that there's going to be a statewide decline of 6.5% in quarter4 when you compare it to 2019. However, the city has been outperforming state averages from the beginning all along. So good news there. I'm going to switch gears to property tax real quick before I dive back into our economy and the impacts that it has had on tourism. Property tax is the second largest revenue source for the city. It does average about $11 million per year, or about 24% of total general fund revenues. Property taxes are due twice a year, once in December and April. And so because of that, I really didn't have a chance to update you during the first quarter review on property tax information. The latest revenue models does show that the city will see a year-over-year decline in overall property tax revenue of about $315,000, or about just under 3%. That is approximately $578,000 less than what we assumed at the beginning of the year. This decline is attributed to a recent appellate court decision, the city of Chula Vista versus Sandoval. This is a complicated case. It even involves the redevelopment agency. And to kind of keep things as simple, it's essentially how those tax revenues were being allocated to each agency. the city was getting a larger share of those RDA taxes, and really it have shifted. And really, I think it's the school districts that are kind of the winners in this court decision. So I'm upset. I'm sad to see the city losing revenues, but at the same time, I know our school district could use all the help it could get right now. Despite the year-over-year decline in revenues, our residents did experience home prices to continue to increase despite the pandemic. We think it's really more due to lower inventory and low interest rates. The median price of a detached single-family residence from January through October 2020 was $535,000, which represents an increase of just under $25,000, or just under 5% when you compare it to 2019. There is another table in the staff report that looks at the property tax or the home value, property values increasing statewide, and that can be found on page 4 of your staff report. Okay, back to the economy and specifically tourism. The impacts of the pandemic has been truly mind-boggling to me. When I first came to Paso, and I was looking at the historical activity and the TOT revenue that the city had received, and the fact that our revenues never declined even during the Great Recession. I feel like that was like the only city, at least I am aware of, that didn't have a year-over-year decline even during those rough times. It kind of almost made me think that we were quasi-recession proof here, but then the pandemic happened and our revenues did drop, and so I'm taking that thought back. Anyways, so this graph was similar to what I had shown last quarter. The blue line represents the average historical occupancy rates that the city has received. This gray line here shows kind of what we were assuming when we were basing our TOT projection and revenues on at the beginning of the year. And so this is a little confusing because this is a calendar year, even though our fiscal runs on a fiscal year. So it starts here and then kind of picks up here. But after December, or come January, kind of what we're in now, we were kind of hoping that we'd be out of this and we'd kind of be following this blue line. This orange line here is the actual occupancy rates that this city has incurred or seen. Obviously, the huge drop in April and a nice rebound and huge gains, way more than what we had even anticipated. And even with this latest decline, we're kind of just really now meeting our initial assumptions. And so, yes, our revenue projections are definitely under projected in the first part of the fiscal year, but likely, or we know, they're going to be over projected come the latter half of the year. So it has been an interesting bounce back. The revenues that the city actually received in September and October did exceed the revenues that we received in 2019. And it is specifically the RV parks that really kind of have made up the losses the hotel has had. Again, it's consumers are shifting their spending habits. They're trying to find those more socially acceptable ways of doing such. And so rather than going to a hotel, they're going to go to an RV park and keep their distance. But at the end of the day, the city's still receiving taxes in both avenues. The state auditor controller provided their views and estimates on the economic loss on tourism. And they anticipate, quote, municipalities heavily relying on tourism to take about 3 to 4 years to fully recover. The good news is the state doesn't consider Paso Robles a community highly reliant on tourism. It's when TOT revenues exceed 33% of their general fund is when a city becomes dependent on tourism. So I guess think more of the Mammoth Lakes, the Anaheims, the Catalina Islands, the South Lake Tahoes. Those type of communities are going to have a much harder time to rebound because the city's TOT revenues are about 17-20% of their overall general fund. So I do think we'll see a strong bounce back as soon as the vaccine is rolled out, as soon as the stay-at-home orders are lifted, and then really getting our restaurants, wineries, breweries fully open so we can attract those guests even from our driving distant urban communities. Again, the economy isn't necessarily in recession because of lack of jobs. It's pretty much been our inability to spend and travel. So again, once we get the virus under control, I think that we could see our TOT revenues bouncing back up. So the graph here kind of shows that the dark line was the assumed revenues that we would receive in each month, or these are cumulative revenues that we receive every month. As you can see out of the gate, we were already exceeding budget appropriations. And so we're going to carry those assumptions all the way through to the end of the year. On the expenditure side of things, this table breaks down the city's budget by each department, starting with police, emergency services, community development, and so forth, left to right. And then the blue lines being the budget that each department has, the gray line being the current projection, with this line being the kind of the percent of appropriations being used. And so you'll kind of see there are a couple areas where we're exceeding 100% appropriations, and I'll talk about that here in a second. But as you can see, we're pretty much right on track to spend what we're appropriated. We're hovering right around 96% of appropriations. As you can see, the police department has a nice budget savings. Again, this is usually one time because of salary savings and vacancies there. And then really another truly noteworthy trend is in community services, the recreation, the library, and park maintenance doing a really good job keeping their costs down during and throughout this pandemic. So like I had just said, we're looking to trend about 96% of appropriations. It is a little bit higher shown in quarter one, but there's kind of three main reasons for that. And these are included as the first resolution to appropriate additional monies. Excuse me, the first one is related to the Economic Recovery Program that Council heard at the beginning of tonight's meeting. That was approved by Council on December 15th for an additional $235,000 towards small business assistance to include the continuation of parklets, the propane heating program, and just general help and assistance similar to the gift card program. So $235,000. I know it isn't much, but taken together with the CARES funding, we have allocated about $500,000 to help our small businesses and still while maintaining our core city services and not impacting those. The second adjustment is what I call a one-to-one adjustment. So that's an increase to both revenues and expenditures to the emergency services overtime budget. Specifically, it's the out-of-county assignments that our crews are engaged in during the fire season. We do have baseline assumptions included, but we've pretty much doubled the number of hours we spent on out-of-county assignments. So the way this one works is we do pay our employees at the pay periods when they earn it, and then we get reimbursed by the state after the fact. And then lastly, the third is the vaccine pods. The funds being requested this evening are to cover our anticipating staffing costs for the Paso Robles pod. These costs cover our current projections of staffing at 3 positions a day, as well as partial coverage in some of the other operations and PIO positions. These are initial estimates based on the department's requested commitment and could either increase or decrease depending on the duration of the vaccines and how long it does take to distribute those to our community. There is also another unknown on whether or not we'll get reimbursed by the county or state. So, but for right now, the preliminary estimate is going to cost about $180,000 to successfully distribute our vaccines. And then I do have Battalion Chief Randy Harris on the line, and he could answer any questions further related to the pods later. Okay, so taking together our revenues and expenses, we have minimized the use of reserves. We were expecting our reserves to drop below 15 million. Now we're kind of looking at it to be just under 20 million. So again, it's really good. It's a combination of revenues coming in higher than expenses. It's having expenditures come in lower than budget, And then surprisingly, there was actually a positive lift in 1920 final numbers that kind of helped the bottom line there as well. So our reserves look like you're going to be right under 20 million for the $45 million budget. So we're looking at about 50% reserves at the end of the year. And like I said, any remaining reserves get to carry over the next year and possibly be used to balance the budget next year. Again, all positive information, but I just want to remind everybody we're still not out of this tunnel yet. And then we do see a decline in tourism come in the upcoming months. And it was kind of why the staff is recommending bringing back that TOT deferral program, similar to what we saw in March time. So I had mentioned that TOT represents less than 20% of the general fund revenues, but lodging properties are 100% dependent on the revenues that's generated from tourism activity. So kind of in line with and consistent with the city's assistance for local businesses through the economic recovery program, it's in the city's best interest to continue to maintain these essential services and work with the lodging agencies so that the city can continue to support our essential services. Waiving penalties and interest accrued for late TOT payments for a short period of time would be a temporary measure that could help lodging properties get through another difficult time while still allowing the city to fully recognize all of the revenues it received in the same fiscal year. Based on the request from the lodging community, staff proposes that the council waive the late penalties and interest for the December 2020 through March 2021 payments only until June 30th, 2021. In no way is staff proposing a waiver of TOT payments, rather just waiving the interest and penalties associated with submitting those payments late. This does come to risk, and some taxes may be collected and not remitted to the city, but we did not run into that problem in March time. We had about 227 lodging businesses that utilized the program back in March, and there was about $200,000 in total that was deferred until August. This program is administratively time-consuming, and it is kind of a manual way to monitor and follow up with these hotels. So there is a slight change that staff is recommending to this program, and that is to put a minimum deferral of at least $3,000 per month. So in other words, the program is more advantageous to businesses that they could delay significant amounts of money. For example, if a short-term rental payment is their TOT tax is $500. Delaying that is not really going to help with their cash flow constraints. But a hotel that remits $15,000 each month really could help address that. Regardless, at the end of the day, we still need our hotels to submit their tax forms on time. Regardless if they're not submitting the payment or they're deferring their payment, they still have to complete the assessments and collect and remit the travel passo fees and the visits locale fees at their regular time, because that is outside of the city's control to defer payments on those items, absent the actions by those two entities directly. Because this is kind of outside the normal Muni code and what me as the director is able to authorize those waiving penalties and fees, we do have an urgency ordinance attachment 8 or attachment, I believe it's 4 on your staff report. And that is kind of necessary to implement this program. Because it is an urgency ordinance, a 4/5 vote for the city council is required to adopt. And then last council action for your consideration is personnel related. The first is simply moving a maintenance specialist position currently budgeted in the Parks Division and moving it over to the facilities maintenance. This vacant is currently vacant, and before we recruited for it, because we wanted to recruit it as a facilities position, we needed to get your approval first. Both divisions, parks and facilities, are paid by the general fund, so there's actually no net fiscal impact by this change, but rather staff just sees a larger need in facility maintenance rather than parks. The second change is related to the communication center, And over the past several months, myself, the chief, Mr. Frucci, we've kind of been discussing the need to expand our dispatch center because of the number of calls received every day, because of all of the numerous wildfires and protests and active shooters and the like. It really is now is a good time to expand this. And with the 2020 supplemental sales tax revenues being passed, this was one of the chief's higher priorities that he wanted to address. The current supervisor does split their time between records and dispatch, and because there's so many staff to supervise, neither division is really receiving the interaction, the communication necessary to operate at optimal efficiency. So with that being said, the recommended action would be to promote the records and dispatch supervisor to a support services manager. That would be a professional manager 2 job classification, and then add a new supervisor dedicated solely to the dispatcher, with the role kind of being flexible enough to jump on calls and answer any communication issues that come up. The additional cost to increase, or the additional costs created by the promotion can be absorbed by general fund salary savings currently. The newly created dispatch supervisor would be new and expansion of current staff. And so it's currently being recommended to be paid with J20 funds. And we know we'll have a lot more J20 discussions in the upcoming budget process. Ooh, okay, that concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor. There are 4 council actions for your consideration. I am here. Chief Lewis is here, and like I said, Battalion Chief Randy Harris are here to help answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. We will once again go to council staff, and then we will go to public comment. So let's start with council staff and Councilman Garcia.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ryan, for the detailed report. And I'm so glad that it is good news, but you're right, we still need to stay on track. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yes. Could I have Chief Lewis just review the shuffling of his department and adding a manager and an additional supervisor for dispatch, just to clarify what's going on?
Yes, Mr. Gregory, I'm here. Thank you for the opportunity to explain this. I know there's been some questions in the community that I've tried to address via some of our social media posts and directly with others. What's being proposed tonight is we've been down 1 dispatcher position for the better part of a year trying to fill that now. And it's our dispatchers have been working a ton of overtime to try and cover those positions, especially since, as Mr. Cornell pointed out, all the events that we've had for this year. So currently, we're trying to fill 1 dispatcher position. We've been had that position recently tested again, and as it stands, based upon our increase in calls for service and community demands, we're asking to promote one of our existing dispatchers to a supervisor position, which would be a working dispatcher that also supervises the dispatchers within our communications services. Our existing manager, or rather supervisor that we have, would subsequently be promoted and assume additional roles of supervising the newly promoted dispatch supervisor as well as our records division. That person currently is doing staff work and supports me up in the administration offices to be able to support the dispatch through our hiring processes, through our officers in the hiring processes, plus handles our entire records division. The proposal is to move her to a PM2, Professional Manager 2, which would be an approximate cost of $7,000. As part of that increase, she would no longer qualify for overtime. And so with the increase in responsibility, it seems to be the most logical step. Now, all of this also provides for the foundation of adding additional police officers. Currently, we are testing or we're in backgrounds with 7 police officer candidates. We're We don't think that we're going to get all 7. Rarely do all of them pass the background process, but we're hopeful that we can fill our 3 vacant positions that we have. If we're fortunate enough to get that and be able to come back to council at some point and ask for permission to hire them all, then we'll have the necessary infrastructure in place to handle the additional workload that would be created by those extra police officers. So in total, this is, in acting in concert with what we promised the community through the J20 funds, would be to add additional dispatchers and police officers, which is also consistent with the 2018 report that I presented to council on staffing needs, which proportionately increases dispatch as well, our civilian forces, as well as our sworn forces to keep the community safe. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
That was a very good review. Thank you, Ty. That's great. And I think that was the only question. I did have one question of Ryan, if I may. Ryan, on the graph, we went on the sales tax graph, and you talked about state pools. So are we actually getting tax funds from the state, from the internet sales? Is that what you're saying on your graph?
So yeah, it's just the mechanism on how we're getting allocated those taxes. So all the taxes that we receive for internet sales gets thrown in this state and county pools industry, not general consumer goods, even though technically that's what they're buying. It's just hard to know what exactly they're buying in for the internet sales. And so that's why the state dumps them in the pools.
So that gets shared with all the cities, and that's the benefit of that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so this is the city's portion of the pool.
Wow, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Ty. Also, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ryan, I'll start off with you. With regard to J20 funds, explain to the public when we're going to be seeing those. In other words, when the tax rate changed and when the city will actually realize funds in the general fund of the Paso Robles from this, and the time lag that happens there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hammond. So the tax rate will go into effect on April 1st. So consumers will see that increase rate from then and moving forward for the 12-year period. The city does receive its taxes 2 to 3 months after the fact. And so we won't see April's monies until about June time. However, accounting standards does allow us to what we call accrue. So even though the revenues that we received in July and August would be for May and June, we are allowed to recognize all 3 months in the fiscal year 2021. And that's actually kind of reminds me of another point too, is in the current projections that's outlined in the staff report, doesn't include J20 revenues or expenditures for that matter. For right now, I'm still keeping those kind of almost segregated because I didn't want to muddy the water with, we have $2.5 million more worth of sales tax revenue because of J20, but not have any associating expenses with it. So I hope I answered your question.
Yep, that's good. And then a question for Ty. If we move forward, of course, with these new hires, when exactly are we going to be actually having to pay for them? And what is your thought? Which point in time in the coming months will we actually be seeing that?
Sure. So we've currently trying to establish a hiring list of a pool for our dispatch positions. So of course we would be promoting somebody internally, most likely for the supervisor position, a current dispatcher. We have several qualified candidates that I think would be interested in the job. We would be able to take care of that fairly quickly, which would mean that from the current pool of folks that we're looking at, we would hire 2 dispatchers if we're lucky enough to find 2. And of course, our current dispatch supervisor, or I call it the support services supervisor, the reclassification could take place immediately to be able to move her into that manager role with with assistance, of course, from HR and Mr. Frucci's office.
So those are minor costs substantially, but when we start hiring our officers, when do you really see that coming on board?
So right now, as I stated, we have 3 spots, and we just went through a week-long interview process, testing and interview process. We were found 7 people that were able to pass the process that we're starting backgrounds on. If we have we're currently allotted 3 more positions. If those people are eligible to be hired based upon the background and the rest of the testing process, then we would have to come back to council, of course, and ask for an expansion of our staffing. Mr. Cornell and I have been working on that. We're trying to be very judicious with J20 money because, as he pointed out, we actually haven't started collecting that money. We would be spending from reserves to do that. However, as I promised council at the last city council meeting, if we found eligible candidates, that we would return as soon as possible to present you with options to potentially hire as many folks as we could from that. Our recruitment is open and continuous. We're constantly looking for police officers. We're moving into budget talks with the community and with the council. And of course, we're anxiously awaiting to see how the community and council wants to allocate these J20 funds. Mr. Cornell is going to be a significant part of that. And educating the community, the department heads, as well as council on how this money possibly could be spent and what the long-term implications of any expenditures would be, so that we make informed decisions on what our actual capacity would be to hire personnel.
Very good. I certainly agree with your plan at that point. Ryan, back on the last item here with regard to the TOT collection. I thought I heard you say something about where we would have a limit of TOT allowed to be postponed. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. It's a minimum of a deferral. So what we're trying to do to try to lessen the administrative burden of monitoring this program is to only really target those industries that have a significant tax payment to the city. So if my example was if a short-term rental had a $500 tax payment to the city, deferring that for 2, 3, 4 months doesn't necessarily impact that individual business as much as, say, a hotel that would be able to defer $15,000, for example. So by putting kind of a minimal tax deferral on it, really limits the number of hotel and industry lodging businesses that can participate in this program.
I understand. And I mean, I personally think, again, these are taxes that are collected on behalf of the city, and the way this has been going on for the last year or so is that we're allowing the hotelier to use those funds as operating capital. But what about us? I mean, the city, again, could use the revenue as well. So I'm thinking that, did we ever explore maybe giving some sort of a slight discount, like a 0.5% discount, if they pay it on, at the time of the rental? In other words, incentivize a little bit to have maybe more prompt payment from everyone who's collected TOT back to the city.
The way that the program currently is set up is that the city wouldn't necessarily lose any revenue. It's just a matter of the timing of when the city receives that revenue. By your thought process, it sounded like we would be discounting a TOT tax collection, which would actually impact our revenues.
Well, you're right. Yes and no. If we don't get our TOT after a year, and what happens if the hotel goes under? There's an opportunity there that the city does lose those taxes completely.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. See, so there's exposure here. And again, we're looking for every penny as well to operate the city. So that was my thought. I'm just throwing it out. I mean, the program, if it helps the hoteliers keep going, we definitely need to keep them in business. We don't want them to fail. And if it helps them, okay, so be it. But on the other hand, people that are doing better and are able to stay afloat might help the city as well, and if so, then maybe a slight discount on, putting the TOT back to the city quicker and faster. Typically it's within 30 days, I believe, of the rental, but, just as an incentive to help, I thought might be something to talk about. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually, I was going to comment on something that John just covered, but in a totally different way. And contrary to Councilman Hammond's statements, I hope they aren't spending money that actually belongs to us. So if the hotels, RV parks, and vacation rentals are charging the TOT to their customers, why are we forgiving payment to us?
Councilmember Strong, we're not forgiving or discounting payment of the TOT tax. They are still required to remit those taxes. What the program does is it, rather than, say, for example, December's taxes being due on January 31st, it would allow the hotels to make payment on those taxes by June 30th without incurring any penalties or interest.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they can spend the money. Right.
The program is designed for cash flow mitigation.
That's interesting because normally we don't let people spend our money without us having some say in it.
Absolutely.
I understand. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, very good. We have one person online for public comment. If there's no further questions of staff, we will go to the phone line for Stacy Jacob. Stacy, are you with us?
I am. Thank you, Mayor Martin and members of council. This is Stacy Jacob representing Travel Paso. I appreciate the conversation happening regarding the deferral of the TOT funds, which of course, yes, are city funds. This was requested by the hotel community with the recent stay-at-home order that went in place in December. I reached out to city staff immediately upon this request to bring this forth to you. And the reason we're bringing it forth is because you did set precedent earlier last spring of a similar program during the March stay-at-home order. And so one of the questions, as Ryan had clearly indicated, this really is a cash flow mitigation strategy. And so I'm hoping, and I think this wouldn't be bringing back to you if there were any issues with the last time this was put in place. So we do have August, we have a model that was
Please wait for the leader to
outline.
You are now joining the meeting.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We were in the middle of a presentation. Is Stacy still with us?
I am here, but something happened and I feel like I got cut off. So I'm
did. So why don't you
you guys can still hear me?
Why don't you backtrack about 30 seconds and bring us up to speed?
Okay, I believe what I was trying to say is there was precedent set last spring during the March stay-at-home order or shelter-in-place order at that time. And at that time, the cash flow or the TOT was deferred until August. So my question is, did that program, it seemed to have worked. Otherwise, I don't believe staff would be bringing it back again for your consideration. Again, to remind you, the city still gets paid. It's just a deferral program with this very specific cash flow mitigation in mind to help keep people employed, keep the hotels moving forward, which have been deemed an essential business in our community. Happy to address any questions. Sorry, I want to make sure I didn't lose my train of thought on all those pieces.
Very good. We appreciate the input, and that just about had 3 minutes on the nose. Congratulations. Okay, I have no one else lined up for public comment. I'm sure Stacy will hang on in case somebody has a question of her. We're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council, As Ryan told us, we have 4 items that need to be acted upon. One of them is an urgency ordinance, which will require a 4/5 vote to pass. Let's start off council comments with Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no comments.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a little more education for everybody on the deferral. So Ryan, last year, the program worked successfully, but it was a little bit arduous because you had a lot of smaller operations contributing to that. So if you have a minimum amount per month, it solved the administration cost, but you were successful in getting all the TOT back into our coffers, correct?
That is correct. We did not have any hotel that did not pay their TOT deferral.
And then there's another piece of this that's very important, and that typically the wintertime is our lowest time of occupancy for our hotels. So it's the time they need the funding the most. And as long as the deferral is, I think keeping the amount of money up higher as Ryan's recommending, it eliminates the opportunity for those issues to happen where somebody may not pay us back. But I think it's a really good way to send the message to the hotelers that we'd like to help them get through the COVID issue. So I just wanted to say that, and then I'm ready to make a motion whenever we're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hammond.
I really don't have anything else other than the fact, again, it is the hotelier's option to raise their actual room rates as well. I mean, basically 12%, TOT on a normal room would be about $20 roughly. We all have to do in business what we have to do to stay in business. But my point is that, our city also is in business, so to speak, to keep services going. And not that it's going to crush us, I guess, at this point. And to Ryan's testimony that we did collect all the money, there wasn't anything lost. It's just that, again, it's a fair and equitable kind of a sharing of the pain here a little bit. So I'm okay with the way we have it written up.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor, and I can understand what we're doing. And as long as it's understood that this is kind of a temporary grant in aid from the city and that it's still due us, and if for some reason there's a problem getting that deferred money at the time it is due, that I hope we have some way to get a lien on the property or some other method of ensuring that we ultimately do get the money, because it was paid by those people as tax money to us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just say, from my opinion, we, in looking at the report that was given to us by Mr. Cornell, we've been blessed this last year in not having revenue drops as severe as we had predicted. We did have revenue drops, and we are blessed by the fact that we continue to do an efficient job on the expenditure side. I think that as we look at the end of the tunnel coming up, staying the course with what we've done in the past, so we get out of that tunnel as quickly as possible, is the best thing for the entire community, not just city government. And if we are blessed with the capacity to delay expenses for one of our major revenue generators in the city, and it's a program that has worked efficiently and equitably in the past, I think it's not only the right thing to do, but it's probably the most pragmatic and reasonable thing to do for all the people of the community. And I think that's, we should use our ability to support our own golden goose here to make sure that it continues to lay the golden eggs for us. Mr. Gregory, you had a motion.
For clarification from Kim or Tom, you want 4 separate motions on this?
Certainly the ordinance should be a separate motion.
Yeah.
So I'll just go all through. Go ahead, Kim. Kimberly.
I was just going to recommend that you do the resolutions and the ordinance separate, just to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and move that we receive and file the report, providing direction to request the future reports to ensure they meet city council needs.
Hammond seconds.
And a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. There's no further discussion on the motion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I happily approve the resolution 21XXA, amending the budget for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 with the new information.
Garcia seconds.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move that we approve resolution 21XXB, approving the job classification descriptions and job reclassifications related to the communications center. And I'd like a little add to that. And Ty, get all 7 of those officers. That's my motion.
Garcia second.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I move we adopt the urgency ordinance number XXXX, authorizing the Director of the Administrative Services to waive penalties and interest for late transient occupancy tax revenues received for December 20th through March 2021.
Garcia second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilwoman Garcia. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We move on now to items pulled from the consent calendar. Item number 9, approval of agreement with SWCA Environmental Consultants to update the U.S. Highway 101 and State Route West, 46 West environmental documents. Staff report, please.
Yes, this is Dita Esperanza. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Okay, so in 2009, the city of Paso Robles received approval from Caltrans for the final project study report and the project approval in environmental documents to improve the interchange at U.S. Highway 101 and State Route 46 West. And then in 2020, SLOCOG contracted with GHD traffic engineer to review and evaluate the PSR that was approved in 2009 to update the feasibility of the roundabout envisioned in the 2009 report. The traffic engineers concluded that a single lane roundabout can handle the forecasted design year traffic without the need for widening the undercrossing at US Highway 101. The new design as outlined in the feasibility report is a minor modification. However, because the environmental documents is old, it needs to be updated so that we could move to the design of these single lane roundabouts. In addition, there are new reports that are also needing, since in 2009, new technical studies have come up that needs to be part of an environmental document, which is an energy analysis report, greenhouse gas emissions analysis, and a flood hazard study. The city issued an RFP. 4 firms responded to RFP. Caltrans, SLOCOG, and city staff reviewed the RFP and concluded that the consultant SWCA Environmental Consultants would provided the most comprehensive and demonstrated the best understanding of the project's needs. The fee for the consultant is a grant that SLOCOG is paying for. So essentially, there's no out-of-pocket or fiscal responsibility towards the authorization of this award of contract. And so therefore, the city staff is asking that the city council authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with SWCA Environmental Consultants to update the environmental documents at US 101 and Highway 46 interchange in the amount of $166,100 $1,199. And with that, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
No questions.
Mr. Hammond.
Good to go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Strong.
No, as the president of SLOCOG at the time we approved that funding, I know all about it.
Very good. Thank you. We have one person waiting in queue for public comment. Jan Alban, are you with us, Jan?
Hi, good evening again. My question about this was, will it be the city of Paso Robles who puts in the roundabout? That's question number one. And secondly, I've been told that SLOCOG is about 2 years behind in their reimbursement. So it looks to me like we're going to lay out $166,000 to have an environmental impact report done again. That's only good for 2 years. And we're going to wait about 2 years to get repayment on that. And so I guess my question is, why do we need to do this now? Why don't we wait until somewhere down the line until everybody recovers a little bit more financially so that we can get reimbursed sooner? And again, my question is that are we putting in the roundabout or is the state putting in the roundabout? Because that roadway does belong, both Highway 101 and 46 belongs to the state. So those are my two questions. Is it something that we have to do right now? And what is the reason we have to do it right now? And, or can it be put off until somewhere down the line until the state has recovered or SLOCOG has recovered a little more financially? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I have no one else online for public comment. I will close public comment, bring it back to the council, and turn to staff for answers to these questions. Who will install the roundabout, and why do we need to do this study now when, according to the caller, we run the risk of basically having to do it all again before we're reimbursed?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. First of all, with regards to the anecdotal that SLOCOG is behind in their reimbursement for 2 years, I'm not aware of that. This is a reimbursement process. In other words, the city will spend the money, and every month, if we've spent $30,000, I submit a reimbursement request, and they write us a check for $30,000. So we don't spend the whole $166,000 and then ask for the reimbursement. It's a reimbursement as you spend it. So month to month, I will submit the reimbursement, and they give us back our money. Secondly, the reason we're doing it now is because SLOCOG does have a $1 million, I think it's for the actual design of the roundabout, and so we want to tap into that grant so we can design the roundabout. But before we can design the roundabout, we have to update the environmental documents. And the reason we want to tap into the design of the roundabout is once we have a design and it's ready to go, it becomes a shovel-ready project. So then we can be in a position to tap into some future grants that the federal government might be available, because then we will have a shovel-ready project. And then with regards to who will be funding the cost to do the roundabout, as I said, the design is going to be funded with a SLOCOG grant. And as far as construction, that would be something that SLOCOG would be pursuing as partners with Caltrans.
Very good. Thank you for that information. We'll go to council comments, starting with Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, no comments.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Steve, was there one more item that was pulled?
There is one more after this, yes.
Okay, you want our council comments first then?
Well, we're on item 9 now, so we need comments on item 9.
Nope, not for me.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond?
I'm good to go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
And Mr. Strong?
Well, Mr. Mayor, actually, Dita's really explained it very well. And in some of my other positions at the state and federal level, we are working on additional funding for projects like this from the federal government through the state. And we've been promised that it's going to be more money available in the near future. But unless you're shovel ready to get it, we don't get any of the money. So that's why this is extremely important to proceed with. You want to have your projects shovel ready, because Pismo Beach and the South County did not have the expansion of 101 ready, shovel ready. That's why they lost the money through the CTC at the state level. We don't want that to happen to us. Thank you.
Very good. If there's no further comment on the issue, I would entertain a motion to approve item number 9.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion. Move we approve item number 9.
Hammond seconds.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The next item pulled from the consent agenda was item 15, approval of Oasis Associates contract, professional land use planning, and regulatory liaison services for the Astoria Boys School. And Jen, we thought, I know you're listening in, we thought that you were on the line before and we could answer questions without pulling this, but we couldn't get you back on. So we pulled the item for full discussion, and I'll ask for a staff report right now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the California Boys School is owned by the state of California, 137-acre site next to the airport. The state has determined they no longer need the facility. It's been offered to the city for purchase. The city has declined. The city is not interested in purchasing the property. As a result, the state is now offering it for sale to the public. They're entertaining requests for written offers currently that are due by February 16th. We understand from the state that the buyers that are interested in this property are looking for an expedited approval process. This will require the city approval of general plan amendments, zone changes, and development plans, along with an EIR. In order for the city to be in the best position to move quickly on a project, if an application is submitted by a private owner, we want to make sure that we have the contract planner in place to manage the EIR process. That would be Oasis and Associates. They've done previous work for the city. We have a good working relationship with them. Their proposal is for $145,000 to manage the project entitlements and CEQA process. These costs would all be reimbursed by a future developer that would enter into a reimbursement contract with the city before we initiate the work on the project.
Thank you for that report. Council questions of staff? Councilwoman Garcia?
No questions.
Mr. Gregory?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hammond?
No questions. Thank you.
And Councilman Strong?
No, I asked all mine before. Thank you.
Thank you. We go now to public comment. Jen Alban is back with us. Jen?
Hi again. Okay, a couple of questions that I had on this. I guess I don't understand why we are paying the Oasis to do these studies when we neither own the property, the buildings, or the land. I don't understand why it's our responsibility to do that, but if that's what has to happen, I guess so. One of my main concerns, and I realize it's only $45,000, but every time we make a statement that says that the applicant will pay for that, the applicant never pays for that. We've seen this happen in the Olson Chandler and the Beechwood projects, that all of the studies and reports that the developer is supposed to pay for have been deferred to the end of the project, which can in fact be 20 years out. So I don't like it when we always have to front the money and we rarely get it back in kind the way we're supposed to. So again, my question would be, why, if we do not own the land and we don't own the buildings, why would we have to do the studies? Why isn't the state of California the one who's employing someone to do the feasibility studies?
Very good. Thank you. I have no one else waiting in line for public comment. I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. We have a couple of questions here. So why are we paying Oasis for doing this? Why isn't the state paying them?
So OASIS will be acting basically as contract planning staff. In order to move this quickly, we do not have enough planning staff to process it. It is the city's responsibility to process planning entitlements. That's what the planning department does do. In terms of the EIR, that would be another study that would be contracted out. EIRs are managed by the city so that the public has confidence that the results of the EIR reflect the public's interest rather than just the interest of the developer.
Okay, and then what's our track record as far as collecting fees from developers in a timely fashion? Do we have to wait 20 years for our money?
Not necessarily. There have been in the past some issues with specific plan payments not being collected, but currently the Beechwood specific plan has paid their fees, and the current Olson specific plan is in the process of paying off all of their bills for their EIR process. So we are confident that our collection process will realize full collection.
Any idea what the fees on those two properties will be? What they amount to?
So the total for the Olson specific plan process that was recently completed was in about the $700,000 range. I think the Beechwood process came in at about $500,000.
Okay, so about 1.2 million, most of which we've collected. The rest we expect to get in a timely fashion.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to council comments. Councilwoman Garcia.
No comment, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
No comment.
Mr. Hammond.
Are we at the end council comments here at the end of the? No.
We're not.
Yeah, this is still on this item, so no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
I think we made all the. I think possibly Jan wasn't listening in when we were discussing this during our previous discussion on this when we were considering the consent agenda. But
I really don't blame her for that. She phoned in and asked it to be pulled, and it was. So that's appropriate. I'd hope we'd be able to clear. I'd hope we'd be able to answer these two questions before pulling.
We got all these answers at that time, and this is very essential that we do this because this is how it is done, and this is what we have to do in order to get that property developed, so we can collect tax money and fees. So
understood.
It's essential that it be done, and the state has no responsibility to do that except regarding the sale of property.
Right.
Therefore, I move approval of staff of this item.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We move now to item number 20, current council committee activities and reports, starting with Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me go back to my notes here. Sorry. I attended the library meeting, and we got an update on and a report on the programs. They're all doing great. And I'm glad that they're still doing curbside and still doing the laptop tables outside so people can sit outside and still get internet. They talked about what an engagement coordinator actually does, and her name is Suzanne. She's doing a great job over there. They gave us an update on the craft kits. People still trying to do things from home, which is great. It's good for for their health. And I attended the HBA, the Hispanic Business Association virtual Zoom meeting. We got an update on the First Step Housing Project, which is the Echo homeless, and We streamed that on Facebook Live so that people could get more information on that. Let's see what else. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving now to Mr. Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. So I had the pleasure of having a meeting with Supervisor Bajong and Mayor Martin. We do that every month. And that led into another meeting that Mayor Martin and I had with Wade Horton, who's the CEO of the county, and to lay out how the vaccinations were going to go for the COVID vaccinations. And I have to say thank you very much to Jonathan Stornetta, our fire chief. The county was very complimentary of the effort that he's making and his department, all the volunteers, to get the vaccines done. And I think that's the way to get to the end of the tunnel on this one. I also, let's see, what else did I do? Well, I'd like to say a special thank you for a little mishap I had. I had the Paso Police Department and the Paso Robles Fire Department respond to a mishap I had, and they're very professional and kind. And boy, are we lucky to have such wonderful police department and fire department in our town. And my final request on for my comments is I'd like to see us please get started on the oversight committee for J20 sooner than later. And I'd like to, I don't know if we could do a roll call or whatever, but I'd like to see that come up very soon maybe even in the next city council meeting. If that's something we could do, if we could all agree to that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Start off with a report from IWMA, Integrated Waste Management for the County of San Luis Obispo. You may recall that we were having some major issues with the board and how they were basically overstepping the JPA agreement that was made many years ago, where they essentially would take up personal causes and make ordinances on all cities. And we came to an agreement that basically rewriting the JPA to more current standards, where member agencies now can enact their own ordinances as they see fit, within their own jurisdiction, but cannot demand that to be other cities do as well, through the JPA. So the JPA is only going to essentially make ordinances that are state mandated. In other words, these are directions from the state where the state wants to go, but it's not what a particular city wants to impose on other cities within its region. So that was perfected, and we're moving forward. We're back on track, basically, with what the JPA originally was set up to do many, many years ago. And I do feel like the IWMA is certainly worthy of our being on board, because especially what's coming here, and that is what I'm going to speak to, is Senate Bill 1383, which we're going to hear a lot about that number in the future, which is basically is reducing short-lived pollutants within California. And it's going to make major changes in every household on how we take care of our waste. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be something that people are going to wake up to, that this is California again. But through the JPA, our city, I think, will certainly save money rather than trying to do this on our own, which is what I really dreaded if we were to leave the JPA, that we'd have to be doing this on our own, which would be very, very expensive for our residents. So it's now moving forward within the IWMA that we're actually going to be hiring a manager that is going to be basically in charge of SB 130 or 1383. That there's so much to it, and actually I'm going to invite get some time on our council meeting here in the future real soon, our director that can explain fully as to what's going to happen here in the future with all these recycling and climate changes that are happening with regard to pollutants. So that's coming. Again, we'll want to invite them to get everybody up to speed on it fully. He's been meeting with Christopher Lackle, our interim on Public Works, and he's getting educated, obviously, but there's a lot to it. So that's the main meeting that I went to. I do want to report out on something else that I was encouraged to go to, and it was entitled Reopen California Now, ROCN. You can look it up on the web. It's a group of elected officials, mostly supervisors, some city officials, who came together in a coalition to make a conference up and report out on what's going on. Because again, with what the governor is doing here within our state is essentially, from what many are saying here, that it's illegal. It's essentially, we've all heard that there's been a lawsuit filed against them, and they were very, very explicit on what is going on with the legal challenges that the governor is trying to do. The CSAC group, the California State Association of Counties, actually chose not to join the lawsuit, but I'm understanding that our county now is looking at that again. Many counties are changing their mind on it. Essentially, that the governor is overstepping his reach with legal precedents by making lockdowns and demanding executive orders of magnitude that are basically overreaching his bounds constitutionally. So there's a challenge going on, and essentially what they're trying to say and get the word out is to other cities, other counties, that it's obviously strength in numbers to try to resist an overhanded reach of power. There's a lot to be said here. I have actually 4 pages of notes that I took, probably more than I've ever done in any of my meetings that I've had in 16 years here. But the point is, bottom line, cities like us should not do any harm to a small business. We have basically said that we were going to, and this has to do with law enforcement, that we will go after egregious businesses that are not complying with the safety precautions. But as far as being punitive to our businesses, we've taken a stance that we want them to survive. And again, the bottom line on this conference is that cities should take the posture that no business should be harmed as, again, to just trying to survive. But again, it needs to be done with safety. And again, everything needs to be understood that we're in a COVID pandemic that is very dangerous to especially the vulnerable, the elderly, the people who have morbidities that can certainly, take them out. But we're getting to the point now where we're having the vaccination starting to happen. One issue that they did bring up was that just like Ryan Cornell reported here a little bit ago, that our revenues are actually higher than what we thought. So true with the state. The state is actually having higher revenues than they thought, which basically becomes a disincentive for them to release any lockdowns, which is a problem. Because the issue is to get people back to work and get them out where they can survive, from just being cooped up in their homes. There's a lot here. I'm going to ask, actually, Kimberly, how I can get these notes out. I'm not sure how to do it. Again, there's so many, we'd be taking here a half hour to go through all of them. But I think if the public, and certainly I'll send it to our council to review. Again, there's a lot of information. These are notes that were said at the conference. Not, again, my opinion. I'm trying to report on what I heard and what they were trying to get out to the cities. So maybe, I don't know, Kimberly, I can have a sidebar with you on this, but I think it's important that we get this information out to at least the council, and then any other citizen who wants to send this, we'll be happy to get it to them, I'm sure. And maybe further action after we all review it further.
Okay, thank you, John. Appreciate it. Anything else?
No, thank you very much. We're done.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to support Steve Gregory's request about putting J20 advisory committee on our next agenda. And then also I want to report the following. On December 16th, I participated in a conference call on potential private sector grant to our city for a possible variety of smart city components to enhance our communication, economic development, and traffic situations. A condition of the grant is allowing the company to reveal the grant benefits when they are ready to. There should not be any cost on this to the city. On January 6th, I chaired the opening of the SLOCOG and SLORA joint board meeting and held the seating of a new delegate and election of officers. Supervisor John Pashong was elected president, and Mayor Ed Wagi of Pismo Beach was elected vice president. I then turned the virtual gavel over to the new president and accepted appointments to continue my other positions with the organizations and the past president's position on the executive committee. The meeting then proceeded with reports and a minimum of action items on potential plans for 2021 forward. On January 10th, I was made aware of a national movement for January 17th armed march on Washington, D.C. and all state capitals to demand freedom and an end to corruption. I notified one of my Washington, D.C. contacts, who in turn notified law enforcement authorities. On January 11th, I attended the Main Street Board of Directors meeting and shared information on COVID-19 programs and procedures, as well as other city efforts. I learned that Main Street is enduring a steady decline in anticipated revenue with little change in expenses. On January 12th, I attended the virtual board meeting of the Housing Authority, reported on city activities, and heard its plans for new low-income housing units at various locations in the city, with a request to the city for a deferral of some fees for a period of time. On January 13th, I attended the SLOCOG Executive Committee meeting, where we discussed the agenda for the February meeting, including the scheduled public hearing on unmet transit needs, as well as bicycle and pedestrian improvements desired by the community. Public requests of SLOCOG are due soon for that hearing. We also discussed the speculation on increased federal funding for 2021. On January 14th, I attended the virtual meeting of the California Cities, formerly known as the League of California Cities, their Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee. The group planned the goals, policies, and priorities for the year. Much of the discussion overlapped with the upcoming Revenue and Taxation Committee's concerns for adequate funding to do the job we're expected to do by the state. We discussed a number of bills already introduced and spent a lot of time on housing and rent relief. We are opting for local control of decisions as to where to build our housing and resisting the state's attempts to preempt our planning and zoning authority. I also received a notice from the National League of Cities that day regarding the president-elect's proposed American Rescue Plan. It includes $350 billion for state, local, and tribal governments to keep addressing the effects of the pandemic, $3 billion for economic development, and $20 billion for the hardest-hit public transit agencies. On January 15th, I had my greatest challenge of the week, as I simultaneously attended both the CalCog Board of Directors and the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee meetings. The CalCog meeting announced our reception of a $200,000 state contract to provide technical assistance for the REAP Housing Assistance Program and for the Budget Act's provision for CalCog to assess and make recommendations for the RENA process going forward. CalCog, the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committees, all agreed to address the governor's proposal being introduced in the legislature as a bill to create a housing accountability department that would, among other things, require that local government build the housing called for in its housing element. Since government doesn't build housing, nor does it have any means or desire to compete with the private sector, we will all be opposing this effort as proposed. However, if the state still wants it built by the public sector, we will be seeking a mechanism whereby the state will start paying for the construction of housing or provide us with the money to do so. My meetings in these areas and public policy will continue later this week with additional regional meetings on the subject of rent relief and homelessness. Conferences in this regard will be forthcoming in the months ahead. And finally, I'd like to thank Chief Starnetta for sending us today the 2020 annual report of the Police, Fire, and Emergency Services Department. Thank you very much, Chief. And that's my report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. For myself, I attended multiple telephonic meetings with public health officials and other elected officials for regular COVID-19 updates here in the county. There was a slight flattening out of the infection rate, a slight decrease in hospitalization, but healthcare officials are still expecting a surge after the New Year's season. With the advent of the vaccine, there is definitely light at the end of the tunnel. We have places set up for vaccinating centers. Personnel and cost of administration will be a challenge. And as you know, the city will probably be invited and offer to help pay for the costs at our own event center. The big challenge right now everywhere, regardless of the ability to deliver the vaccine, is to receive the vaccine. And while we are currently at a level of about 400 vaccinations a day in the Paso Robles area, we would like to get up to about 5,000 per day. But until we get the vaccine, that's not going to be a possibility. But we do have a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're working with our partner organizations to get the message out to our community. The sooner the great majority of us are vaccinated, the sooner we get to the end of this tunnel. Met with the Economic Vitality Corporation Executive Board to discuss the future relationship between that organization and the REACH organization. Attended the Chamber of Commerce board meeting. I also attended the Channel Counties Division board meeting. Attended with Councilman Strong, the ad hoc committee dealing with the city manager recruitment process. Made an appearance on our local sound off program. I attended the funding meeting for the Paso Robles Wine Country Association, also the Homeless Services Oversight Committee, Housing Committee, and the funding meeting for the Chamber of Commerce. I met with city stakeholders regarding the status of business in the city. Again, more homeless services meetings, this time an encampment committee, followed by an HSOC services committee meeting. I attended our city Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting and also met with Main Street officials as they draft their request to the city for their funding request. And I really have to recognize the fact that they are stepping up to dedicate a significant portion of their efforts to the education of our community and our business community regarding the benefits and the need for complete vaccination. They are building that into their work plan for at least the next 6 to 8 months. Every Main Street activity proposed will have a COVID-19 information component to it. I attended a league meeting via Zoom on community development block grants. I attended the meeting along with Councilman Gregory with Mr. Pashong, followed with the meeting with County Administrator Wade Hutton regarding vaccination in our county. I enjoyed the company of folks at the Hispanic Business Association at their virtual mixer. We restarted the county's monthly mayor meetings. As you may recall, for years, our mayors got together physically once a month to discuss municipal topics. Well, the pandemic brought that to a screeching halt. I initiated virtual meetings with the county mayors last week. We took our first in line for staging the first virtual meeting. Pismo Beach will be doing the second one in February. I attended as a member of the League of California Cities Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Committee, an organization just as exciting as it sounds. I met with Dave Mullinex from the League of California Cities. He's our representative to Channel Counties Division. We discussed the legislative calendar for the state of California. And this afternoon, I was in attendance at our local Travel Paso Board of Directors meeting. I would also add my voice to the desire to get our J20 committee set up and running as quickly as possible. Mr. City Manager, could you give us a status report on that and also the cannabis committee we were going to put together to gauge public response to retailing of cannabis products in the community?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So the J20 committee bylaws and structure were on your December agenda. That was postponed by the council due to the press of other business. It is currently scheduled for your February 2nd agenda, which is your very next regular meeting. You do have a special meeting, but that's a focused one purpose meeting. So your very next regular meeting will have the J20 item. The cannabis community process, as the council knows, has been delayed at council direction based on everything else going on and the changeover in city managers. And then finally, there will be a public process with public members included as part of the budget, and that starts in February. There'll be a community survey that goes out, and then there will be 2 meetings of the council to discuss its visioning for the budget. The first meeting will be to take primarily public input, and then the second meeting will be for council discussion based on that input. And then, as you know, you also will be having members of the community populate 2 different panels for interview of potential city manager candidates. So there are a number of opportunities coming forward for community engagement.
Thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before the council tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to mention that Marjorie took her 99-year-old mother down to get her vaccination today, and really appreciate the way the city is stepping up to help the vaccinations get out there as quick as we can. So good to go.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll mention also that I'm very lucky. I was one of those who got my vaccination on Monday.
Excellent. Anyone else? Very good. Upcoming events, Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, January 26th, 6:30 p.m. 3CE, Central Coast Community Energy Lunch and Learn meeting, January 27th, 12 p.m. The Airport Commission meeting will be January 28th. City Council regular meeting Tuesday, February the 2nd, 6:30 p.m. The deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, February the 2nd is Wednesday, January the 20th. If there is no further business before the council, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all for your hard work.
Good night.